After the roguelike game, Alpha Sugar Rabbit. Synopsis: turned a roguelike game into an ethereal romance. Ranked 106,936 417 light farted. Text post-apocalyptic strong female protagonist futuristic feel borstic feel. Main character Tiao. Perspective first minus person female protagonist. Rating 3 ratings received. Favorites 1437. Theme striving upward. Updated every other day at 10 p.m. Huiyao found herself in a roguelike game. The game was Tower Madness based, where players had to navigate through randomly generated floors, obtaining weapons and artifacts along the way to escape the towering structure. Combat, farming, fishing, romance. Kiao invited NPCs to join her battles, even establishing bases on each floor of the tower. As a seas and builder and lover, Kiao differed from other players by spreading her influence across every level of the game. After earning the goodwill of all friendly and neutral NPCs, she attempted to charm each floor's boss. The twin boys wielding axes, the gentleman with raven hair and an unsettling gaze, the lazy cat-seared boy full of mischief, and the delicate spider girl obsessed with love. Kiao won them over through relentless farming and daily exchanges. She managed to perfect her relationships with every single boss, while others struggled to defeat each floor's bosses. Chiao ascended to new heights, leading her newfound allies in conquering the tower. When interviewed about how she achieved this feat, Chiao replied thoughtfully with my indestructible liver. First, a captivating roguelike game. Second, everyone's sweetheart single arrows for all men and women alike. Preview: Queen Bee Game Log. The Queen Bees, Fame leading her bosses and even reversing the strategy to conquer the high tower, became the first miracle maker to reach its peak. When interviewed by outsiders, how did you climb to the top of the tower? Yo thought for a moment thanks to my invincible liver. First, a must-play roguelike game. 2. Everyone's heartthrob, with all characters having single arrows pointing at her both male and female. Hanging up an announcement for a pre-release Queen Bee's game log. Queen Bee's ambition is a holographical Tomy game set in the post-apocalyptic world. As a weak queen bee secretly born into the human realm, players must evade hunters while increasing their ranks of soldiers to establish their own territory amidst the ruins. She is one such player. By her fourth playthrough, the Lot system chiefs in a mad beauty hunter who hates insects, an ostensibly cheerful but actually sinister younger brother, a boy puppet with no concept of emotion, and countless female soldiers smitten by Chi, and Chi declares to me, they're all just tools for building my paradise. It's well known that the North House family, one of the world's 3 major clans, has an adopted daughter, who is incredibly fragile, coldly treated by her adoptive parents and mercilessly mocked by relatives. Everyone outside sympathizes with her, but those who feel sympathy don't know that from the moment they felt pity for Chi, she had them in her palm, turning them into soldiers' supplies. Game Rule 1: Women with compassion or affection towards players can be transformed into queen soldiers. Game Rule 2: As queens, players can freely use their subjugated soldiers' abilities. Game Rule 3: The number of soldiers a player can control is related to her mental strength. Game Rule 4: During the mating season, they can eliminate males who will become loyal guards for the queen. First, main character enjoys being powerful and carefree. Second, multiple single arrows pointing at the main character, multiple potential love interests. The protagonist isn't a good person. However, art is from a commercial template, Sugar Brand template. Chapter 1. First Floor Weapon Magic Staff. Yo had been transported to another world. Like others who were reborn into an alternate realm and began their lives with extraordinary abilities, Yo was teleported directly into the roguelike game. This is Ericast Hour, a place where dreams can be realized. Chapter 1. Weapon Magic Staff. Zhao Xiao had been transported to another world. Unlike others who were reborn into a fantasy realm, she found herself in the midst of a roguelike game. This was the Tower of Aoik, where any wish could be fulfilled. When her eyes opened, she was already at the base of the tower. The exit lay atop the tower, leaving Zhao no choice but to follow the other climbers and ascend further. In this first layer, A post-apocalyptic wasteland stretched before her. She had tested it out earlier, encountering various monsters and filling out monster entries in her monster guide. However, since she was only on the first level, these creatures were not too formidable except for their bosses. As Zhao Zhao pondered over this, she found herself at the entrance of the tower's first floor without realizing it. The heavy doors creaked open slowly, revealing a pitchy interior that made it impossible to see what lay ahead. She stepped forward into the darkness as if being pulled by an invisible hand. Phone Wasteland. Player Level 1. Health points 100 100s. Monsters killed 0. Deaths in this floor 4. The familiar voice echoed through her mind, and Zhao Zhao opened her eyes slowly. Surrounding her were ruins filled with the stench of garbage and rotting corpses. Every time she entered here, she instinctively wrinkled her nose in disgust. But now was the time to dwell on such details. Based on previous runs, monsters would start appearing within about a minute. She needed to find weapons quickly or risk fighting them bare man's-handed. While using fists was an option, Zhao Zhao shuddered at the thought of those grotesque creatures and hoped for something ranged from the treasure chests. With this in mind, she began searching through the ruins without hesitation, looking for signs of initial random chests that usually appeared here. She needed to find a weapon quickly, or she would end up fighting the monsters with her bare fists, whilst impossible. The grotesque and horrifying appearance of those creatures made Yo-Yo's heart resist. If possible, she wanted to open a ranged weapon from one of the treasure chests. With this thought in mind, Yo-Yo began searching through the ruins without hesitation for any signs of treasure chests. Generally speaking, there were usually 2 initial random chests at the start. Flame Blade 25% chance to ignite enemies on attack. Sacred Bow 0.01% chance to instantly kill an enemy including bosses with each shot. Magic Staff can shoot magic balls that hit hard but slowly. First, you'll pass on the sword because I don't want to play a melee character. Facing her first choice of 3 options, she began contemplating seriously. The Sacred Bow can potentially one-man-shot enemies, but the probability is too low. Without relics and accessories, my early attack power would be pitifully weak. Only the Magic Staff met Yo-Yo's requirements, though it was her first time using it and she wasn't very familiar with its mechanics. This was a minor issue after all. If the weapon didn't suit her, she could always start over. Next is my second chest. Lucky Coin increases your chances to 100%. Swift Step, your movement speed increases by 20%. Energy Accumulation expands magic ball range and boosts attack power by 10%. Yo-Yo stared at the description of the lucky coin for a long time, then fell into a rare silence. Honestly speaking, she hadn't expected to open a golden talent right from the start. She suddenly regretted not choosing the Sacred Bow. It would have been perfect with this lucky coin. She could have become invincible in the early game. But roguelike games didn't offer save and load features, no second chances once you made your choice. There was no major issue since she had other options beyond probability mice-based strategies. When choosing the Magic Staff, Yo-Yo already planned to go for a bold playstyle. Without blinking an eye, Yo-Yo selected Energy Accumulation, enhancing her weapon's power and range. With everything set, 1 minute was almost up. Yo-Yo could see on-base approaching. There was no chance to regret once the choice was made. But it didn't matter too much, because there were other schools of thought besides probability flow. In fact, when she chose her Magic Staff, Qiao had already decided on a very bold path. Without blinking an eye, Qiao selected Ability Piling as her talent, enhancing the power and range of her weapon. Everything was set. 1 minute later, zombies and various monsters began to swarm in from all directions. Time remaining 5 o'clock. Time remaining for 50 Nina. Time remaining for 58. The attack wave lasted 5 minutes. The creatures were scattered but not dense, making the first assault quite mild. Qiao raised her Magic Staff and began to strike at the zombies closing in on her. White ball of energy emerged from the transparent crystal orb atop her staff, slowly arcing through the air before predictably veering off course. Qiao. The attack was slow, but she hadn't expected its trajectory to be so sluggish either. All zombies easily dodged it with a quick sidestep. Undeterred, Qiao continued her assault, firing several more balls before hitting one of the zombies. The high damage meant that each ball was lethal against the initial wave of monsters, a satisfying sensation indeed, compensating for both the weapon's slow attack speed and the sluggish trajectory. Gathering experience points from fallen zombies, she kept using her magic staff as monster after monster crumbled into shimmery orbs of XP. Flame Heart, your attacks will now have a fiery effect. Mini robots summon a drone that deals 10 damage to enemies around you every 5 seconds. Double shot reduce your damage by 5%, but each shot becomes 2 projectiles. Each of these seemed like solid choices. The flame ability would boost her output, the mini robot could provide early warning against threats, and double shots would make up for the slow firing rate. We'll go with double shot. My current output is sufficient, Tiao Chou mused as she made her choice. Each magic ball dealt 60 damage, reducing it by 5% meant each shot was still a solid hit, no significant impact on performance. With that, Tiao continued to unleash her barrage of energy balls into the horde of monsters surrounding her. The bow and arrow became dual shots. Each option seemed pretty good to her. The flames could boost output. The minis robots could prevent unexpected attacks, while the dual shot would make up for slower firing speed. I'll go with dual shots then, she thought. My current output is sufficient. Each magic ball dealt 60 damage, reducing it by 5% meant each hit was still around 57, no significant impact on her effectiveness. She made her choice and the results were as expected. Fighting became much easier. Much faster than I imagined, she mused. Finishing off a wave of enemies in just 5 minutes thanks to her considerable attack power. She walked around again, picking up any missed experience points and gold coins from earlier. With time before the next wave still plentiful, Yo-Yo decided to head for the store nearby. She needed to spend some of her hard gold while she could. Map, she whispered, and a flat map appeared in front of her, highlighting the shop with red circles. Navigating through the ruins was tricky. Yo-Yo often had to take detours around fallen buildings. Need anything? A young boy with pigtails greeted her warmly from behind the counter, his hands crossed over his chest. His name was Jessica and he seemed like a vampire in appearance. Yo-Yo felt disappointed. Life points were precious at this stage for beginners like herself. Chapter 2, First Floor. Weapon Bomb Magic Staff. Missile. Every second attack has a chance to randomly launch 2 missiles dealing 40 damage and causing sustained burning on enemies. Mine's tracking allows bullet zeros magic balls to automatically track targets. Mine is ready for battle, reduces movement speed by 5%, increases attack power by 10%, and raises maximum life points by 100, cost 50 blood. Myth refresh items cost 5 blood. This time the talents she found were quite decent. Every 2 attacks, random fireballs dealing 40 damage to 2 targets and causing sustained burning. Tracking let your shots bolt tracks automatically seek out enemies. Costs 40 HP. Battle ready, reduce movement speed by 5%, increase attack power by 10%, and boost maximum health by 100 points. Refresh talent costs 5 HP. This time the talent she rolled was decent enough, especially tracking. Yo-Yo really needed this skill now. It just happened to be a bit pricey buying. It would leave her at half health. Yo-Yo hesitated and glanced over at Jessica's direction. The young boy lay on his desk with one hand propped up under his cheek, grinning warmly at her. She could try haggling, but she hadn't really boosted Jessica's goodwill before. The chances of success were slim. What if it worked? With a glimmer of hope in her heart, Yo-Yo looked intently at him. But he seemed to have anticipated this and spoke up just as she opened her mouth. Haggling won't work here. The vampire boy bared his tiny fangs, which made him look rather adorable. He raised his eyes and said with a smile, "You can haggle with Kado over there, it doesn't work on me." Kado was the owner of another shop who had blood ties to Jessica. Unlike her brother, he preferred shiny gold coins to fresh blood. Yo-Yo shrugged regretfully, but kept trying. She knew that once she raised his goodwill later, this wouldn't be an issue anymore. She silently vowed to make him realize how good it was sooner or later. After some thought, Yo-Yo decided deal by the tracking skill. NPC merchants' goodwill could be boosted not only by gifts and favors but also through purchases from their stores. Once her goodwill increased enough, she might even get free items. So generally speaking, boosting a merchant's goodwill first was cost-effective. Jessica still smiled warmly at Yo-Yo as she said thank you for your patronage. The of the merchant NPC was different from that of ordinary NPCs. Besides giving them gifts they liked and completing their quests, you could also boost your relationship by purchasing items from their shop. Once you had high enough, not only would you be able to haggle better prices, but there was even a chance they might give you things for free. So generally speaking, it made sense to first build up the merchants because of its cost-minus effectiveness. Jessica still smiled and said, "Thank you for your patronage." Jessica's favorite one. Although the increase wasn't much, every little bit counted. Yo-Yo had plenty of time to work on it if all else failed. She could always give gifts or complete quests. The young man suddenly stood up from his chair. "By the way, adventurer, can you do me a favor? I'll reward you accordingly." "Speak of the devil, here comes the task." Yo-Yo looked at him and said, "Sure, as long as it's within my capability." Jessica smiled bright and even more. "That's wonderful because I really don't want to see old hag Arcabella. This is a magic crystal," she continued. "She keeps nagging me about this item. If you come across her during your adventures, please give it to her." A magic crystal. This was considered an artifact that Yo-Yo had obtained earlier. It belonged to the blood-sucking school of magic and seemed to have a 50% chance of absorbing 5% of its target's health with each attack. This artifact paired with fast-minus attack weapons would be absolutely blissful, completely ignoring her own health or regen issues. Selling blood wouldn't feel as painful either. She could at least avoid the meticulous calculations involved now. Task accepted from Jessica. She put the magic crystal in her backpack and left the shop just as a new wave of attacks was about to begin. The timing couldn't have been better. New monster appeared, an eyeball entangled by green vines, with blood vessels crisscrossing inside. It could shoot out its eye like a bomb that would explode upon impact. Yo-Yo had fallen victim to it before. Remote monsters were such nuisances, especially those of the self-weighting percent detonating variety. The only way to prevent them from exploding was to kill them as they shot their eyes. Thinking this over, Yo-Yo decided to take action first. She stared at its gooey appearance. Gooey tendrils wrapped around the eye, blood vessels crisscrossing inside. It could shoot out its own eyeball and explode like a bomb. Yo had once fallen victim to it. Remote monsters were really annoying, especially this self-selfing type. The only way to stop it from exploding was to kill it when it shot out its eyeball. Yo-Yo thought this over and decided to take the initiative. As the creature rushed closer, she raised her magic wand without hesitation and fired a spell ball at it. But the eye monster stood too far away for Yo-Yo's spells to reach. The tracking spell balls would hit the nearest target first. She had planned to get closer, but was caught off guard when the eyeball shot out of its socket. Predicting this, Yo-Yo ducked just in time and bolted without looking back. Non-sieve explosion followed, not a white blast but powerful enough that half depleted Yo-Yo couldn't withstand it. With agile snake claw movements, Yo-Yo dodged many eyeballs while picking up experience orbs along the way. Unaware of her surroundings, she suddenly spotted what looked like a new shop ahead and quickened her pace. Entering the store froze time outside. Even the countdown paused, though Yo-Yo didn't know how this worked. It was magical nonetheless. Inside, everything seemed peacefully safe haven as long as players didn't attack the shopkeeper. Unlike Jessica's minimalist shop, this one was filled with bizarre items of all sorts, each piece standing out in its own unique way, making Yo-Yo take a second look. New face. Pleasant voice greeted her. Following it, she lifted her head to see beautiful silver wavy hair. Data updated. Met Arcabella. Arcabella, a gift shop merchant, vampire race Jessica and Caudle's sister. She glanced at the updated information before continuing forward, blinking in surprise. Arcabella smiled, lifting her head to the sound. What first caught her eye was a stunning cascade of silver waves. Data updated. Meet Arcabella. Arcabella, a gift shop merchant, vampire race, sister of Jessica and Caudle. She glanced at the newly updated information before continuing on, blinking in surprise. Gift shop? I've never heard of such a place. Arcabella smiled as she introduced herself to Yo-Yo. Here you can pay with gold or blood. If there's anything you need, feel free to settle your bill here. Paying with both gold and blood sounded intriguing. But did that mean she didn't sell talents or holy relics? Yo-Yo thought this over as she approached the display of items for sale. There were chocolate candies and other sweets, along with dolls and dresses, various goods piled up so high it was hard to take them all in. Blind boxes too. She picked up a small black box. Box anything is possible. Random item talent holy relic affection 30 blood 250 gold. Blood wasn't an option anymore, but Yo-Yo had plenty of coins. Should she take the chance? She was quite curious about what might come out. Chapter 3. Are you sure you want to open the blind box? Cursed with a chronic poison gains 5 points of poisoning every minute. Yo-Yo's face fell as if it were a bitter gourd. So many possibilities, and she ended up getting cursed. She quickly calculated that after buying the talent tracking with blood, her health was down to 60 points. In the best case scenario, without any injuries, she could survive for only 12 minutes. The African chieftain had already become a reality. So many possibilities, yet a curse was drawn. Unconsciously, Kiao's face began to look as bitter as a gourd. Her desire for complaints brimming within her heart. She did some simple calculations and realized that after deducting the blood she spent on buying the trait of tracking, her current was 60 points. This meant that in the best mama's case, in area where she didn't take any damage, she could only survive for a maximum of 12 minutes. Looks like you got something not so great. Bad luck, Arcabella said as she pocketed Kyo's gold coins and smiled at her again. I have an item here that can remove curses. Would you like to buy one? Adventure. Holy water can eliminate a curse 100 HP 600 gold coins. Cat Blanc did want it, but she simply couldn't afford it, whether in terms of life points or gold coins. To put it bluntly, Kiao was now an empty pocketed pauper. This didn't mean there were no solutions at all. Holy water could be bought from the shop and also had a chance to drop when defeating elite monsters, even if that probability was very small due to randomization. Time was pressing, but she still had to give it a try. Right before stepping out of the store, Xiao suddenly remembered something and paused in her steps. This is what Jessica asked me to deliver to you. She almost forgot about that. While taking NPC items wasn't impossible, once the task time was up, there would drop significantly. If a merchant NPCs fell into negative territory, they might not even sell things to her anymore, and she would have to go back to floor 3 of the tower to find friendship stones, a rare occurrence. Complete Jessica's task. Jessica's favor 5, Arcabella's favor 5, maximum HP 20. Not only did her increase, but she also got 20 points of blood for free, quite a profitable deal that extended her survival time by 4 minutes. Kiao stepped out of the shop and casually dispatched any remaining minor monsters before setting off to find an elite monster's shadow. Elite monsters had a chance to spawn every 2 waves, and now was exactly the second wave. She trod on shattered rocks and climbed up to the highest pile of stone blocks. 20 blood capacity. Not only did she gain, but she also got 20 drops of blood for free. This was a great deal, extending her survival time by 4 more minutes. Simply marvelous. Yo-Yo stepped out of the shop and casually dispatched any remaining minor monsters before setting off to find an elite creature. Elite creatures had a chance to appear every other wave, and now it was exactly their turn. She trudged across the broken stones, reaching the highest point among the piled rocks, her eyes sweeping over the surroundings. Yo-Yo watched as the monsters approached with an expressionless face. Raising her magic staff, Red Pomegranate, every 4th attack throws a grenade dealing 50 damage. Sprint, your movement speed increases by 20%. Doomed Fate, for every 10 points of blood lost, your permanent attack power increases by 5. She had leveled up again rather quickly, so engrossed in battle that she hadn't noticed her experience was full. But better than nothing. As a straightforward and aggressive warrior, attack power and speed were paramount. After some deliberation, Yo-Yo chose Red Pomegranate. Sprint wasn't particularly useful for her. She felt her current speed was sufficient, and while Doomed Fate suited bloodthirsty players well. Alright, let's see how this works. With the magic orbs flying out, Red Pomegranates followed with a boom. Red and purple smokes whirled around, powerful gusts lifting dust from the ground. The explosive power was impressive, and visually stunning. Only the delay in detonation could be improved. Yo-Yo briefly considered her options before deciding to let go of overthinking. Fear stemmed mainly from insufficient firepower boosting. It made sense for a brute force player. Her gaze hardened as she focused on her magic staff, which unlike guns didn't have magazines and could fire endlessly if attack speed was fast enough. The monsters around her began to pile up again, their numbers overwhelming yet perfect for an aggressive approach. Fear mainly stemmed from insufficient firepower. Doubling down on her strength was the essence of being a reckless warrior. At this moment, she fixed her gaze with unwavering determination. Magic staves didn't have magazines. As long as her attack speed was fast enough, she could unleash an endless barrage. The monsters around her were piling up in dense clusters, making it hard to look away. But this suited the situation perfectly since Red Pomegrantate's wide range high mace damage spells fit the bill. Explosions echoed continuously, blasting enemies into pieces and scattering glowing experience orbs on the ground. Her output surpassed that of her magic staff, and under intense fire, Yu grew increasingly reckless. Letting go completely. Soon enough, she spotted an elite monster, a burning vine covered in flesh and limbs, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of some base. With a flicker of the eye, she unleashed a barrage of magical orbs for her own sanity's sake. The elite won its vines effortlessly, deflecting Yo-Yo's spells back towards her. Some even ricocheted off into nearby monsters behind her. Fortunately, these magic balls didn't harm their caster, they simply passed through her body, if returned to sender, and could hit the smaller creatures around her if the trajectory was right. Thinking this over, she prepared for another attack, but suddenly a red mace and an ear-splitting explosion enveloped her. Before she knew it, Yo-Yo's health bar had emptied out completely, plunging her into darkness. X-Tower, Sacred Spring. This was where those who conquered the tower would respawn after death. Yo-Yo had woken up here several times before, so she felt somewhat familiar with the place. Red pomegranate can actually harm its user. Recalling what happened just moments ago, she found a plausible explanation. While it deals high damage, if it affects me too, that's pretty inconvenient. Exiting Sacred Spring and shaking off water droplets from her body, Yo-Yo had been deep in thought but was soon distracted. She had been here a few times before, so she was somewhat familiar with the place. Can red pomegranates actually harm their user? She thought back to what happened just before her death and found the most reasonable explanation. Though the damage is high, it's kind of unfair if it affects me too. Yo-Yo shook off the water droplets from her body. While she was still pondering over this, something else caught her attention. There seemed to be more NPCs at the bottom of the tower. These are traces of life, praise green and nature. Adventurer from afar, what do you seek? The NPC wore a straw hat, surrounded by tattered scarecrows. Behind him was a box filled with various farming tools. Farmer NPC Rokera had appeared, signaling that she could finally start planting crops. Chapter 4 First Floor, Weapon Poker Gun. Date a card updated recognized Rokera. The agricultural store sold all sorts of seeds and farm implements. However, the currency used at the bottom level was different from other floors. It seemed anything could be a medium for trade with NPCs. For example, Yo-Yo now faced an agriculture merchant named Rokera who would accept mature potatoes in exchange. Interestingly enough, she had previously obtained some potatoes as loot from monsters. Potato seeds 10 packets. See common crop and favorite food of the tower dwellers 1 potato. Rose seeds 4 packets. Beautiful flowers, a perfect gift choice 1 potato. Rusty home accessory tool for cultivation 2 potatoes. Old watering can help your plants grow faster by watering them 2 potatoes. Scarecrow keeps crows away from eating crops 1 potato. Refresh first 1 free. She had got unlucky with the monsters, i.e. amaranth seed 4 packs. Beautiful flowers, an ideal gift choice, a potato. Old shovel essential tool for tilling the land 2 potatoes. Rusty watering can help your plants grow faster by watering them 2 potatoes. Corn husk man keeps crows away from eating crops, a potato. Refresh first 1 free. Yo-Yo had only managed to scrape together a few potatoes after looting monsters, so she could afford very little. She needed to carefully consider her purchases. She decided that the amaranth seeds and shovel were essential for tilling the land and cultivating more advanced seeds later on. The other items would have to wait until she was done planting this batch of crops. With these thoughts in mind, Yo-Yo made her purchase. Thank you for your patronage. Likability with Roxy 1. Roxy packed up the items cheerfully as they were stored in Yo-Yo's small backpack. The bag wasn't very spacious but had 10 slots, which was sufficient at this stage. There would be a general store at the bottom of the tower where she could buy more supplies, though Yo-Yo couldn't remember what currency it used and that caused her some worry. But compared to these concerns, advancing through the tower took priority. She'd deal with everything else later. After packing up, Yo-Yo once again ascended the stairs. Level 1. Blood points 100 100s. Healed monsters 0. Deaths in this floor 5. Entering the ruins, she started her familiar routine of searching for treasure chests. She moved confidently and efficiently, opening each chest with a simple yet effective method. Poker Gun fires a card that tracks enemies automatically, increases by 2 cards per sum and creature, and boosts bullet speed by 15%. Magical Staff can fire magic balls to attack enemies, high damage but slow firing rate. Ice bow arrows have freezing effects. She started rummaging through the treasure chest with brute force. Though each time she opened it, the location was random, this didn't bother her. Poker Gun fires a card that automatically tracks enemies and increases by 2 additional cards for every sum and creature, boosting bullet speed by 15%. Magic Staff can launch magic orbs to attack enemies, high damage but slow firing rate. Frost bow arrows carry ice effect, exploding when they hit flame disenchanted foes. I've never seen this weapon before. Yo-Jo carefully read the descriptions of each item. She was pleased with all the ranged weapons. I'll give this poker gun a try. It seems to be part of the summoning school. This time she wouldn't rush into things like last time she had died because of that recklessness. After selecting her options, the poker gun materialized in her hand. Unlike other guns, this one was unique and light enough for a single Mantis-handed grip. Yo-Yo fired at some nearby monsters with several cards. It took about 3 shots to take down each enemy. Their power and speed were decent but not outstanding. However, since it's a growth weapon, these flaws could be tolerated. Next up, she would choose talents related to summoning creatures. Finding suitable planting grounds is crucial. Buried under ruins with mostly concrete rubble on the surface, green grass might only be found in the outskirts of the map. Yo-Yo collected plenty of experience points and leveled up significantly. She now had 2 drones by her side, and her poker gun's magazine capacity increased from 1 to 5 cards. A single shot could prove lethal. The process was incredibly satisfying. Just as she neared the border, a cry for help suddenly reached her ears, accompanied by a blue exclamation mark on the map indicating an unexpected random event. Random events were unpredictable. They didn't significantly impact players' overall journey, but offered both risks and rewards. This was quite rare, so she couldn't pass it up. At this moment, Pia suddenly heard a cry for help. A blue exclamation mark appeared on the map. This was the symbol of an unexpected random event. Random events could be good or bad. Whether to go after them didn't significantly impact players' overall journey through the game. However, because these events were unpredictable, they came with unknown risks and potential rewards. The opportunity was rare, so Xiaodiao decided to take a chance. Since she had just started playing not long ago, if she encountered a curse, there would still be time to recover or even restart quickly for another try. If she found an artifact or met other NPCs, the rewards would definitely outweigh the risks. She quickened her pace and raised her poker gun, pressing the trigger button as 5 cards with no patterns flew through the air toward the horde of zombies. Using nimble movements, Tiao managed to clear all the zombies. After exhaling a sigh of relief, she approached the NPC trapped in the corner. Thank goodness, I'm finally safe. The young blackly skinned man shakily stood up from the ground, still dazed by what had just happened. And thanks for your help, adventurer. My name is Mingji, and I'm one of the residents at the bottom of the tower. Cao blinked and replied with a smile. Hello, my name is Qiao Iu. Mingji was an NPC with a unique name. It seemed her luck wasn't too bad after all. That a card updated acquainted with Mingji. I came here to catch the legendary deep ban sea fish Qing. I never expected this would happen. So as thanks, please accept this. He handed over a basic fishing rod that could be used anywhere except for advanced river areas. For now, it was sufficient and she hadn't even completed the first floor yet. With this new tool, things became easier since there were more ways to earn currency in addition to farming. 5 Chapter 5 First Floor Weapon Poker Gun. The first step is to boost Ming-J's favorability. Qiao Kuei opened her social handbook and saw that the originally Great Zhou was now highlighted. It was much easier to fish now, as it meant that besides farming, there was another way to earn currency in the tower. Author's note: change the synopsis and perspective. Hopefully this will be more comfortable. Chapter 5 First Floor Poker Gun. Firstly, she needed to boost Ming-J's affinity. Zhao Zhao opened her social handbook. The gray avatar of Ming-Ji lit up. Clicking on it would reveal basic information about him, which would become increasingly detailed as their interactions grew. 40 points in affection will make him buy fish at double the price. 60 points and he'll agree to go adventuring with you. 80 points and he'll gift you a rod of gold god. If you become his lover, he'll hand over all the fish he catches every month. In summary, getting to 80 points for best friend status was ideal. The rod of gold god was a divine fishing rod that would make her king of the anglers wherever she went. Gifts like roses and high-yield level fish are probably your best bet. Everyone in this world loved receiving roses as gifts. If unsure what else to give, planting rose bushes was always safe. Zhao Zhao picked up her poker gun and started clearing out nearby monsters. With the countdown over, once these were gone, no more would spawn for a while. She needed to hurry and clear her farmland. Magical crystal: a lay crystal orb around you that fires 60 damage magic bullets at enemies. Magic flying knife: a flying knife orbiting your body that targets approaching foes. Control power: increases summon attacks by 25% and bullet speed by 20%. All three were related to summons, making the choice tough. The magical crystal and magic flying knife had similar properties, only their attack methods differed. Control power was an enhancement mace type ability boosting some on strength and speed. Each option seemed perfect in its own way, leaving her torn. After much deliberation, Zhao Zhao made a decision. I'll go with the magic flying knife. It's ranged and more precise than the magical crystal. Because the nature of the magic crystal and the magical throwing knife was similar, with the only difference being their attack methods. The manipulation power was an amplifying tide that could increase the end of some and creatures. She wanted both so badly, it was such a tough decision. After much deliberation, Kiao made her choice. I'll go for the magical throwing knives. A ranged summon would be better, and its accuracy is slightly higher than the magic crystal. Because she had used the magic scepter before, she knew that while the magic balls had high individual, there was somewhat disappointing. The throwing knives wouldn't have this problem since they were tracking minus type summons. If a throw missed, it could be adjusted mid-minus flight. So Qiao chose the knives. Sharp little blades glimmered faintly around her as she awaited an enemy to appear. Next up, it was time to plant potatoes. The girl leapt gracefully from atop a massive boulder and landed steadily. The wind stirred the grass that peeked out of the ground. Opening her backpack, Qiao took out the hoe she had bought at the bottom of the tower and began digging in an open patch of soil with great effort. She had purchased 10 bags of potatoes, making for quite a hefty workload, especially for someone who was just starting to farm. It would take her ages to clear even one plot. By the time she finished planting all the seeds, monsters might already be attacking again. Monsters could destroy crops and trample fields. Some were shameless enough to steal food right off the plants. Go's strategy game had suddenly turned into a battle for an estate. Qiao sighed with her hands on her hips. I need to buy some turrets from the mechanic, or maybe get blueprints from the architect. Perhaps defeat this floor's boss and secure permission to build a base here. Planting 4 seeds together can yield 1 giant potato, giving extra harvests and additional seeds, she said as she scattered her seeds. She had cleared out to buy 2 plots of land. Exploring the map felt too restrictive, he thought. Or perhaps he could meet an architect and buy plans for a turret, or even defeat this floor's boss to gain permission to build his base right here. Planting 4 seeds together can create 1 giant potato, yielding more fruit while also providing extra seeds. Jo explained as she began scattering the seeds in her hand. She cleared out a 2-inch at a 2-swirl plot and sowed the 4 seeds at that moment. They fused into a single sprout, forming a massive seedling capable of producing 6 fruits. Due to limited planting space on this level, it was difficult to arrange such combinations perfectly, but Jo decided to plant some in scattered areas to speed up her potato yield. Crops not only served as currency for towers but could also be crafted into dishes by chefs. Different dishes offered various buffs and attributes, even making them suitable gifts for NPCs. The base was officially established. Players could build houses for various NPCs, placing their favorite furniture and items inside. When they reached a 60-60 minus point friendship level, these NPCs would choose to settle in the player's base instead of wandering around, making it easier to find them whenever needed. Once this batch of potatoes matures, I'll focus on hunting monsters, Jo said as she surveyed her surroundings. This place isn't ideal for building a base or farming, although we don't know who will open their floor next level up. Moving upwards seems like the right choice. Various ruins littered the ground. Clearing an area to build would require flattening everything and removing all obstacles, the daunting task here. There were plenty of fishing spots on this map. Building a temporary fishing base sounded reasonable. In fact, after rescuing Mingji and obtaining his fishing rod, Jo had already planned out her strategy. Beating new NPCs at the tower's bottom was challenging since most wandered around sporadically. The effort was immense. However, there were still quite a few areas where fishing could be done in this layer. Building a temporary fishing base here seemed like the perfect idea. It really did make sense when she thought about it more and more. In fact, ever since rescuing Mingji and obtaining his fishing rod, Tiao had already silently planned everything out. The only issue was meeting new NPCs at the bottom of the tower. Most were in a wandering state, appearing occasionally near the sacred spring where players respawned, making them even harder to encounter than those she'd already met. So we still need to wait. Besides the fixed merchant at the base, encountering others really relies on luck. Before that though, she needed to stock up on roses to boost her popularity with NPCs. The higher their affection for a player, the more frequently they would appear before them and sometimes even seek out players in different floors. Chapter 6 First Floor. Her level was now at 50, and Kreasum and creatures were already overwhelming to behold. There were so many poker bullets in her gun that she could barely count them all. A single shot from the poker bullet against a singular enemy would be lethal. The countdown duration kept increasing while the intervals between each phase visibly short, and it looked like they'd soon face off with a boss. But before then, she decided to sit down and fish first. Surrounded by her sum and creatures, she was now in an idle state, completely relaxed. Thanks to her decent luck during growing level subs, most of her talents were related to summoning, allowing her to develop her summoning style early on. She was already in a carefree, invincible state. Sitting on the rocks beside the riverbank with her fishing rod, she watched as her sum and creatures unleashed their full power around her, explosions ringing out one after another while smoke billowed towards her. Yet this cacophony did not disturb the fish swimming below. Potatoes have all been harvested. We can go back to the base and buy more supplies once we defeat the boss. She planned on heading down again to purchase potato seeds, stock up on rose seeds, and ideally get a watering pot that would accelerate crop growth. If the next floor opened into an area with lots of grasslands, she could start large major-scale cultivation. As Chiao pondered her plans for the future, the fish in the water were active. Potatoes are all harvested. After defeating the boss, I can go back to the tower's base level and buy some items. She planned to continue buying potato seeds at the bottom of the tower, stock up on rose seedlings, and if possible, get a watering pot that could boost crop growth. If the next floor had more grasslands, she would start large-scale cultivation right away. While pondering her plans, Yo-Yo's fishing rod suddenly moved. She immediately focused all her attention back to the water surface. Fishing wasn't difficult, it just required some small tricks. When a fish struggled on the line, she held onto the rod tightly and reeled in when bubbles appeared, until the progress bar filled up completely. Compendium updated white phosphorus fish. White phosphorus fish, very common fish that can be found almost anywhere. Due to their fewer spines, they are ideal for making fish dishes. Though not particularly valuable, it wasn't bad either. This ordinary fish was easy to catch and just right for practicing her fishing skills, boosting the proficiency of her rod in preparation for becoming a master angler later. Yo-Yo cast out again, waiting patiently for another bite. She repeated this process several times until all the bait attached to the rod had been used up. She then stopped fishing altogether. Without bait, fish would be harder to hook and fewer high-ness level fish would bite, making it less worthwhile to continue. Standing up from her stone perch, Yo-Yo put away her fishing rod in her little bag and dusted off her skirt. She turned around. The monsters behind her had been eliminated by her son and creatures. Only glowing experience orbs remained on the ground. She picked them all up effortlessly, gaining 2 levels instantly. Now that her talent choices were set for her chosen path, Yo-Yo casually glanced through the options before selecting Swift Step and ready to go. She chased after more monsters, bringing the boss battle closer with each passing moment. During this time, she found the shop. Welcome back. Jiao Jiao picked up the verification ball and effortlessly advanced 2 levels in a row. Now that her talent selection was complete, it didn't matter much to Jiao Jiao. She casually glanced over the options before choosing Swift Step and ready for battle. After chasing monsters for quite some time, she could feel the boss battle drawing near. Welcome back, adventurer. What do you need? It was Arcabella's voice. This was the gift store. The silver minus-haired beauty greeted her with a warm smile as usual. After slaughtering monsters outside in large numbers, Jiao Jiao now had plenty of gold coins and felt more at ease than on her first visit. She boldly headed toward the premium section. Rose bouquet bundle of 10 roses that will surely bring joy to anyone who receives it. 250 HP, 600 gold coins. Ring of sparkling stone crafted from the world's most beautiful stones. This is a perfect engagement ring for your loved one. 500 HP, 1100 gold coins. Swift Star Ring, a speed main boosting ring that doubles your movement speed. 200 HP, 500 gold coins. Lucky Doll increases luck by 40%. 100 HP, 250 gold coins. Chocolate, the perfect sweet treat for Valentine's Day, a gift of love. 50 HP, 100 gold coins. Potato seeds, 8-pack, say common crop that the people in the tower base enjoy eating. 50 HP, 100 gold coins. Refresh first time free. Arcabella's shop was a specialty gift store, and some items were exclusive to her place. As such, everything here was quite pricey. Items like engagement rings or special gifts for specific celebrations could only be found in this shop or crafted by players themselves. Jiao Jiao bought potato seeds and rose bouquets. These 2 items almost always sold out quickly. After all, she had plenty of money now. Looks like my inventory is full. Throughout the battle, besides her own belongings, monsters occasionally dropped loot as well. But with such a small backpack at this early stage, it was easy to run out of space. In her bag were tools like shovels and fishing rods. She arrived. Jiao Jiao bought potato seeds and a bouquet of roses. These 2 items were almost always must-buys if you hit the jackpot. They would never disappoint. After all, money was no issue now. Looks like my bag is full. Throughout her journey, she had collected various items from monsters and herself. But with such an inferior small backpack, its capacity was pitifully limited. Inside were a hoe, fishing rod, potato seeds, ripe potatoes, and for different types of fish. Every inch of the tiny pack was filled to the brim. There was no choice but to sell one of the fish. Fortunately, Arcabella would take anything. However, due to its poor quality, it fetched a low price. White phosphorus fish, 10 gold. Arcabella will purchase this. Arcabella accepted the fish with a smiling eyes. Item indeed. I look forward to our next transaction. After placing the bouquet in her bag, Jiao Jiao stepped out of the store. Treading on broken stones, she instinctively headed for the highest point. The area was eerily quiet as if before a storm. Her intuition proved correct. Wei's swift figure flashed past behind her. Fortunately, Jiao Jiao's reflexes were sharp enough to dodge an incoming axe that split the concrete rubble beneath her feet in 2. Looking up along the direction of attack, she saw a young boy with a pumpkin hat. Big sister, came his playful voice tinged with youthful innocence. Chapter 7. First floor weapon poker gun. It was time for a boss battle. It was crucial to stay focused. Though her style had already formed. Zhao Zhao stepped back, rolling on the ground as she dodged an incoming axe. Quickly, she raised her gun, firing multiple poker bullets straight at the pumpkin-headed boy. The damage from each bullet was high, but with the aid of her summoning talent, their numbers were impressive. However, this boss had a blood bar that was absurdly thick, so Yo-Yo needed to move carefully. With a step back, Yo-Yo dodged the flying axe and rolled on the ground. She quickly raised her gun and fired multiple poker bullets straight towards the pumpkin-headed boy. Poker bullets weren't particularly powerful, but with the boost from her summoning talent, she could fire an endless barrage of them. However, the boss had a thick health bar that made it difficult to take him down in just a few hits. Hey, I'm over here. Distracting yourself during battle isn't a good habit, said Yo-Yo with a grin as another axe came flying at her head. She ducked and managed to avoid most of the blow, but some strands of hair were cut off by the razor-sharp edge. The pumpkin-beast-headed boy had become too. Yo-Yo recognized this boss's traits from the sound and tone changes in his voice. Twin axe guardians who were hot-tempered and violent, or cheerful on the surface but both equally fierce. They attacked in a predictable pattern for slashes forward, then spinning to move around while swinging their axes, followed by Lulu summoning an axe storm. Their health was thick, and their attacks were powerful. The best strategies would be shield-based survival tactics or going all tactics or going all out for a quick kill. With no other choice, Yo-Yo took a deep breath and prepared herself mentally before dashing into action again. The ground was marked with red circles signaling the boss's moves. Players had to dodge these perfectly to avoid being hit by his attacks. Yo-Yo rolled and dodged as axes rained down in rhythmic patterns, creating massive craters on impact. After a few rounds of this, she had mastered the basic pattern of the first form. First came for slashes forward, then spinning with the axe, followed by Lulu summoning an axe storm. Yo-Yo's evasion was flawless and smooth as silk. Dodging while her summons attacked relentlessly, she felt invincible. Now that she knew his patterns, it didn't seem so daunting after all. Her health bar flickered slightly. Now she had completely mastered the basic pattern of boss form. First, it would slash forward 4 times, then spin its body to move the axe around, and finally her brother Lulu would summon an axe storm. Yo-Yo's entire evasion process was seamless. As she dodged, she relied on her summons to scratch wildly at the boss, a truly delightful sight. After mastering the technique, it didn't seem as difficult as expected. Her health had been whittled down to its lowest point as a transition to Form 2. Cracks appeared in the pumpkin head of the boy's twin, and under the relentless barrage of bullet attacks, it shattered completely, and an elegant visage that could pass for feminine. Yo-Yo had always thought these twins looked perfect according to her hell-esque aesthetic preferences. You dare do this to me? The situation caught him off guard. The pumpkin brother Louis's pupil shrank in fury. Insolent human, I'll make you regret what you've done. Yes, if only he were a bit more amiable. Dark crown energy burst around Louis as smoke swirled and enveloped him. A vortex of wind gathered around the boy, growing larger by the second, creating an impressive spectacle. Big sister, you made Louis angry. It's so unfair, Lulu said with a sly smile on his face, clearly enjoying her misfortune. Yo-Yo ignored him, or rather had no time to pay attention. The dense barrage of axes from Luce's sack and form required all her focus to dodge them. Occasionally, she also needed to be wary of Lulu's sudden hacks. The twins' transformed forms were quite tricky since this was still the first attempt at defeating them. There was only one magic body active, making things somewhat easier for Yo-Yo. She continued rolling and dodging while firing her poker gun. Unlike other guns, it had a tracking effect, so even blind shots worked fine. The bullets would automatically seek out their nearest targets. Though I can still survive, my stamina feels depleted, especially after continuous rolls on the ground to dodge attacks. Yo-Yo began panting heavily. Alright. Yo-Yo continued to roll and dodge the relentless attacks while firing her tracking pistol. Unlike other guns, this one had a built-in effect even if she fired blindly. the bullets would automatically seek out their nearest target in mid-May. Though I can still hold on, my stamina is starting to run low. Yo-Yo panted as she rolled across the ground. Come to think of it, she hadn't really boosted her attributes much lately. It wasn't that she didn't want to. Finding a miracle merchant was rare and depended entirely on luck. He could appear anywhere in the tower or during an adventure. The safest bet would be to build a base quickly so that wandering merchants like him might settle there. As Yo-Yo thought this over, she spotted her chance and raised her tracking pistol at the silver-haired boy with a look of disbelief on his face. The black runes faded from his skin as he collapsed onto the ground. "You're such a disappointment," said Yo-Yo as Brother Lu, squatting down beside him. "You actually lost to a human." He prodded Louis playfully with a stick and sighed at his weary state. "You have the nerve to say that?" Louis snapped irritably. "Worry about yourself, dear brother," Lou chuckled, emphasizing each word. "We probably won't see each other for a few days now, though this might be good for me. The boss would respawn in 5 days if one of them was killed and they started over before then. The next battle would only involve one opponent instead of 2, making it much easier to prevent both from transforming into their magical forms." The weight of the moment was particularly heavy, especially with Louis's older brother looming. "We probably won't see each other for a few days after this, of course. That might be good for me. After being defeated by Baijiu says, he would respawn in 5 days. If Wang Wing were killed and they started the second round before respawning, it would make things easier, since only one opponent would remain. But there was something Yo-Yo wanted to do more. Let's get this over with." Louis watched as Yo-Yo approached him. He snorted coldly, his tone menacing. "Remember to be careful next time you come here." Just then, a bouquet of roses appeared in front of Louis. Chapter 8: The Festival of the Flower Goddess at the Bottom Town. The atmosphere froze instantly. Not just Louis but even Lou, who had been watching with amusement, was taken aback by this sudden move. "Huh? Do you mock me intentionally?" Of roses gifts for someone special, especially to a person of the opposite sex, carries an obvious message that makes one wonder. Lucy's ears turned red as he realized what it meant. His silver hair moved slightly against the backdrop, making him look even more striking. Seeing this prickly boy soften was something Yo-Yo hadn't expected and only made her feel smug. "This is a gift for you." Since she had been transported into the game world, everything felt real. She wanted to try new things, like now. She wondered if BOCCS also had affection systems. Using such an expensive gesture as roses did seem extravagant. Thinking this over, Yo-Yo's expression became more serious. "Please accept it. Is it only for Louis?" Before Louis could speak, Lou stepped forward with a smile on his face, still perfect and unblemished. "Lou 3? Yo-Yo. What was going on?" She hadn't given him anything, but he gained affection points from her. The sudden appearance of roses left Louis flustered, while Lou's reaction puzzled Yo-Yo even more. Became even more earnest. "Please accept it. Is this only for Louis?" Before Louis could speak, Rule stepped forward with a smile on his face. He was as perfect and flawless as ever. Big sister is being rather partial. Rule's affinity free. Yo-Yo. She didn't give him anything yet, but her affinity increased. Regardless of the confusion, it seemed that bosses could indeed increase their affinities. Those with an affection system are good brothers. Yo-Yo's expression became even more sincere under his gaze, making Louis feel somewhat awkward. Lu Yo had practically forced them into his hands before he could react. And then she jumped straight into the teleportation device without giving him a chance to refuse. She needed to quickly farm some roses now that she knew bosses could increase their affinities as well. Yo-Yo was quite curious about what it would be like if she maxed out her affinity with all the bosses. Who knows what kind of world F2 will be. Having successfully obtained the secret key for Feng, Yo-Yo's next goal was to move on to F2. She hoped that this new place would be a good spot for farming. But before officially entering F2, she needed to make one more trip back down to the tower. Unlike being reset directly at the Holy Spring of Resurrection after dying, this time she descended from the entrance stairs properly and walked gracefully all the way to the bottom floor. As soon as she landed, however, the bustling scene in front of her caught her off guard. The usually quiet base of the tower was now filled with ordinary NPCs. Houses adorned with colorful balloons and ribbons hanging down from above, making the street look bright and lively. Is this a fixed festival celebration? Yo-Yo's first thought was that it must be some kind of set holiday. She knew there were various festivals in Mind's game, but had no idea what day it was since she hadn't bought a calendar early on. Heading over to the Holy Spring should clear things up, as it usually hosted most of these events. The entire street was brightly lit, giving it an enchanting glow. Is this a fixed festival celebration? That was Yo-Yo's immediate thought. She knew there were various festivals in the game but had no idea what day it was because she hadn't bought a calendar earlier due to lack of money. The Sacred Spring usually hosted major events like these, and going there would clear things up. I've run into a festival so soon, Yo-Yo mused. Not only can you participate in the festivities and win prizes, but most special NPCs also appear during celebrations. It was truly an opportune moment. The only downside was that she had very little potato currency on her, which meant she couldn't buy much. If she met a general store merchant, she would get herself a calendar to know exactly when these festivals were happening and be able to send gifts for special NPCs' birthdays in time. Welcome back to the tower's base, adventurer from afar. This year marks our annual flower festival. May you enjoy everything it has to offer, said a pink rabbit wearing an enormous hat and holding a cane. He was dressed in black formal attire and hopped over joyfully when he saw Yo-Yo arrive. This was Go-I, the mayor of the tower's base, looking stuffed animal rabbit who bounced around indulgently. But as they say, the more pastel-colored, the fiercer the fight. Though Go-I lived in the lowest level of the tower and seemed harmless, his strength could not be underestimated. He was no less formidable than other lair bosses. His only difference from them was a love for peace, provided players didn't provoke him first. Go-I added before hopping away. There's also a wreath-making competition over there. If you have time, why don't you give it a try? With that, he left Yo alone to ponder. Yo-Yo walked on and suddenly remembered something important. If I raise the mayor's affection level to best friend status, he'll gift me lucky rabbit feet. This could restore her health fully after death once and increase luck for one use. Looks like it's a must. A sentence like that just bounced off, leaving Qiao alone in her spot. The explanation was over now. It was time for her to explore on her own. As she walked along the path, a thought suddenly struck her. Speaking of which, if I raise town mayor's affinity to best friend level, he would gift me lucky rabbit's foot, a talisman that could restore full health and grant one additional chance at survival. Looks like I need to start producing roses, she mused. Recalling the town mayor's preferences for turtle meat and roses, while despising carrots, say stark contrast that Kiao still remembered after her arrival in this world. Turtle meat isn't too hard to come by. You usually get it when fishing. Tiao realized she needed to establish a fishing base in Feng. If she could meet an architect during the festival, she would likely return there soon for another round. Suddenly overwhelmed with tasks, Kiao sighed as if accepting her fate is early on. It's when you need to grind the most. She stepped onto the pebbled path and walked leisurely along with the crowd. Soon enough, she spotted Ming-Ji sitting outside a cafe, enjoying some dessert. Ming-Ji seemed to notice Kiao too. He waved at her with a smile. Happy festival, adventurer. The young man's dark skin was dotted with cream from his pastry, and his eyes curved into a friendly arc. His natural charm made him seem like an adorable little creature. Seeing how charming the NPCs looked pleased Xiao immensely. Happy festival, she replied as she sat across from Ming-Ji. I brought some good stuff. Do you need anything? In her bag were fish caught in Feng earlier, though not of high quality. Even a small catch was better than none at this stage. 29676 PM 5:20. Chapter 9. The Festival of the Flower Goddess in the town at the bottom of the tower. Inside her bag were fish she had caught earlier from Feng. Though not top, a little bit helped, especially when it came to resources early on. Before heading out, Yo-Yo gave one of the fish as a gift to Ming-Ji. NPCs aren't always receptive to gifts they can only receive two per week. During special events like this festival or their birthdays, the goodwill from these presents doubles in value. She should have given him those roses earlier. She had been hasty. Ming Ji's affection 6. Thank you. I really appreciate it, he said warmly, accepting her gift and tucking it into his pack. Yo-Yo then sold all the fish she carried to earn some potatoes, the currency used in this town, and felt relieved that everything was now settled. She could finally enjoy herself at the festival. As she strolled along the streets, Yo-Yo found herself near Sacred Spring as expected. The place buzzed with new NPCs. Over there, her eyes scanned the area around her, searching for an architect's figure, when something caught her attention: a young man standing on a stone bridge nearby. Black hair and deep blue eyes like the ocean, he wore tight black military garb with a half-man's cape draped over his shoulders in red. His hands were crossed casually at his chest as he observed everything around him calmly. It was Ed B, her favorite game character. Seeing him made her heart race, brightening up her entire being. Meeting this dimensional god couldn't help but excite her. If only she could leap right over and greet him now. Still have some potatoes. Yo-Yo checked her pockets. She wanted to buy something for Adby, perhaps roses or his favorite magic crystal. Where were the miners? Her eyes lit up with excitement as she met the godlike man who had broken through dimensions. She couldn't pretend to be calm. If possible, she would jump right over and meet AD face minus to my face. Still got some coins from the tower. Yo-Jo checked her pockets. She planned on buying something for AD. Might be perhaps a bouquet of roses or his favorite magic crystal. When was that miner coming? She had been eagerly waiting every day in the mine, grinding away to collect all the magic crystals, and would give them all to ADIB. Picking up speed, Yo-Yo entered the commercial district. First, she bought out all the potato seeds and rose seeds from a nearby agricultural store. Then, she began searching for unfamiliar NPCs. Why not come in and take a look? A pleasant voice reached her ears as soon as she stepped outside. Following it, she saw an incredibly attractive woman with waist length golden hair swaying gently with each step. We have many beautiful clothes that suit you perfectly, the woman said, and we also offer custom costumes. Diet a card updated met Kurora. Kurora, the clothing merchant. The clothes enhanced or could increase corresponding attributes or provide other special effects. Aoi Jinjo's wings, a pair of wings made from holy feathers, allowing flight 300 potatoes. Fiery Witch's dress increases fire damage by 30%. Web in critical hit rate 15% 400 potatoes. Goddess Crown max health increased by 100 points, restores 1 point of HP per sec and 350 potatoes. Raven's cloak curses enemies within a 3 millisecond radius, with damage based on the player's weapon attack power. 350 potatoes. Wow, so expensive. These were midden too best to go with Gayyan. She couldn't afford them now. But they looked beautiful, especially that fiery witch's dress, which was exquisite beyond belief. Yo-Yo found herself admiring it more and more. No girl could resist a pretty dress. Once her farm started producing crops, she would have everything. Yo-Yo felt invigorated with renewed determination. Even though she didn't buy anything, Kurora texted, so expensive. These are mid-con oscillate D items completely out of my reach, but they're beautiful, especially that flame which skirt is exquisite beyond belief. Yo-Yo just can't stop staring at it. No girl would say no to a pretty little dress. Once her farm is up and running, she'll have everything. Yo-Yo suddenly felt full of determination. Even though she didn't buy anything, the owner Kul sent her off with warmth. Apart from the clothing store, there were also a general goods shop and a flower shop. In addition to these new stores, to NPCs had appeared a farmer and a gladiator arena. Unfortunately, she didn't meet any builder NPCs. Let's not talk about the general goods and flower shops for now. I can't afford anything in them. Yo-Yo thought as she tilted her head slightly. As far as I remember, it should be possible to rent his abandoned fields from him. So this doesn't seem too bad. After all, safe land is precious. Crops grow freely without worrying about monsters roaming around. And then there's the gladiator arena. It's a gold mine. Much better than working in a restaurant. The gladiator arena was exactly what its name implied, a place for fighting. Bets could be placed with money or players themselves as challengers. If victorious, they did receive huge rewards. But that can wait since our weapons cannot be taken back to the base level. She'll need to mine and make her own first. Before mining though, she needs to meet a miner NPC. Want to rent my land? It's possible, but I have something else for you to do. The farmer had a cigarette in his mouth as he leaned against a tree, lazily exhaling white smoke. If you can manage it, then I'll agree to lease the field to you. So there are prerequisites. That was the part of the previous game. But who cares now? She's determined to take on this task for her farming dream. Yo-Yo looked up at him. What do you want me to do? The farmer's face suddenly darkened and he lowered his voice. In the tree, he lazily exhaled a puff of white mist. If you can do this for me, he said, I'll rent my farmland to you. So there were still prerequisites. This wasn't in the game before. But no matter for his farming ambition, Qiao would definitely take on this task. Qiao looked up at him. What do you want me to do? The farmer's face suddenly darkened and he lowered his voice as if revealing a secret. It's rather embarrassing, so I hope you can keep it confidential, especially from my wife. Otherwise, she'll hunt me down. Feeling that something big was about to happen, Qiao nodded seriously. Then here's what I need. The farmer coughed and cleared his throat before whispering in sheer fear. There is a box of beer buried under a tree on the outskirts south of town. Can you fetch it for me without my wife noticing? 10. The town at the bottom of the Tower Flower Festival. Thinking it was going to be some big deal. But all he needed to do was retrieve a bottle of beer from beneath a tree. It's better if the task is simple. No need for unnecessary trouble. Task accepted. Farmer's request. Large point marked on map. The tree in question was far away according to the map. Koi set off immediately after accepting the mission. Should there be monsters roaming around the outskirts, I wonder how well it'll fare without a weapon. Divided into north and south. The outskirts had forests to the south and plains to the north. The southern side was home to tougher creatures than those in the northern part. As long as he moved with enough agility, it shouldn't be too difficult. It was quite a distance away. After accepting the task, Qiao immediately headed in that direction. Suburbs usually have some minor monsters to deal with, she thought. I wonder if I can handle them without any weapons. The suburbs were divided into north and south sides, forests on one side and plains on the other. According to difficulty rankings, the southern forest had higher level monsters compared to the northern plains. In theory, as long as her movements were agile enough, she shouldn't have too much trouble. Yo accelerated her pace and soon reached the entrance. The forest was quiet, with only the wind whispering through the trees until you delved deeper. There were many glittering spots on the ground. These were items that could be collected: wildflowers, mushrooms, fallen fruits, and more. Apple, sweet fruit loved by slimes. Mossy mushroom and oddly colored mushroom. Rock and unremarkable stone on the roadside, useful as a projectile. Broken branch, fallen branches adored by fruit beasts. Fruit beast, Qiao recalled. It's like a horse in this game. She picked up the branch and put it into her bag. I might as well save some for later. As she walked, she gathered everything that was full in her pack. After sweeping through the small map, Qiao ventured deeper. Soon enough, minor monsters appeared. Seeing a lively slime with its level 7 glowing above its head made Qiao the pressure building up. Though not immediately lethal, getting hit would definitely be tough. She didn't want to end up in the bottom floor hospital after falling from the forest, especially since she was so poor at this stage. It would be a huge loss. I guess you'll have to rely on my agility, Qiao thought. Without weapons, all she could do was scrape and drop scraping, but it worked better against higher level monsters. Taking a deep breath, Qiao leapt over the slime's bluebird sticky ball of liquid, then spun around and grabbed an apple from its stash. She had to escape, but there were still things worth taking as a player. Heaving a deep sigh, Joe realized there was no other way but to rely on his nimble footwork. Without weapons, all he could do was scrape the surface like giant monsters of higher levels. With a leap and a twist, Joe dodged the slimy green ball shot out by the bouncy slime creature and snatched an apple it had collected. Running away was inevitable, but taking what belonged to him was his pride as a player. The hopping slime finally noticed its empty grassland and realized that some sneaky player had taken all of its hard maintenance fruits. It went berserk. In the frenzied state, the slime moved faster and attacked with greater ferocity. Joe knew he would be flat, and if hit by one of those powerful bounces, but he didn't give it a chance to catch up. He quickly stuffed everything from his map into his backpack and teleported away, repeating this exact sequence over and over. Joe turned the monster minus hunting game into an exhilarating obstacle course, raiding several maps for apples before reaching the giant tree mentioned by the farmer. "Seems like it's buried here," Joe muttered as he gazed at the massive tree towering above him. Its canopy spread out like a vast green umbrella, enveloped in branches and leaves that filled his nostrils with damp earthy scents. Stepping over shallow water on rocks, Joe began digging by hand since he had no tools. Fortunately, the farmer's prized beer was buried only slightly deep. It didn't take long for him to unearth it. Washing off the dirt with a splash of water, Joe couldn't help but joke to hide his beer here. He must be terrified of his wife. "Since I'm already here," he thought, "I might as well clean up this map too." Stowing the beer in his backpack, Joe began exploring. The light was dim, and only a few floating glowing orbs helped him see. After circling around the tree for some time, Joe spotted a shiny chest in an obscure corner. Eagerly opening the chest, countless beams of light shot out as he peered inside. "Let's clean the map over here as well," she muttered. Yo-Yo stuffed the beer in to observe her surroundings. The light was dim, with only a few floating luminescent orbs providing some visibility. After circling around for quite some time, Yo-Yo discovered a gleaming treasure chest in an unlikely spot. It immediately piqued her interest. Eagerly opening the chest, countless glowing spheres flew out, and what she saw next made her blink in disbelief. Wait. Yo-Yo stared at it blankly before shaking her head with a puzzled expression. "Tricky quippable, a plain old trick that might serve as a weapon." Yo-Yo. Simple and straightforward name and description. Who would put something like this in a treasure chest? Was it some kind of prank? "This seems to be enchanted," she murmured. She was about to close the lid disappointed lie when she noticed faint purple light emanating from the twig, indicative of enchantment. Although unsure why anyone would bother with such an ordinary item, she decided to take a closer look out of curiosity. Enchanted attribute: 100% critical hit rate and 100% damage increase on crits. Yo-Yo. Holy crap. This must be some kind of divine relic. Is it really possible for something like this to exist? The twig left Yo-Yo in a. How many enchantments did it take to achieve this? She wondered, feeling a bit exasperated. Why not spend the time on weapons with actual effects? Yo-Yo felt that anyone who didn't grab this would be foolish, but no matter what, once I see something like this, it's mine. Continuing her search around the area, Yo-Yo found nothing else of particular interest and decided to head back. Just as she was about to leave the tree map, a massive glowing orb appeared in the canopy above. It slowly descended onto one of the thick branches, revealing a young boy's figure. He stood barefoot, wearing loose white robes that enveloped his body, with golden rings circling around him. "Seems like something interesting has happened," he said with a playful grin as he gracefully landed on the ground. "And you chose to become my disciple. What an odd choice." A glowing sphere slowly descended onto a thick tree trunk, and with it appeared the figure of a young boy. He landed gracefully on his feet. Dressed in loose white robes that hugged his body, he was surrounded by a golden halo. "Seems like something interesting is happening," he said with a playful grin as he lightly touched down to the ground. "Choosing me as your patron." Chapter 11. The town at the bottom of the tower. Festival of flower spirits. Strange runes appeared on her hand. Yo-Yo discovered this when she left the southern forest. It was a 4-clover symbol encircled by golden borders. In the center, a vibrant green that glowed faintly in darkness like fireflies. "It seems I can rub it off." The mark appeared as if branded onto her hand. No matter how many methods Yo-Yo tried to remove it, she finally gave up. She decided to complete her task first and secure the lease for a farm plot before worrying about this oddity. Returning from the outskirts back into town's center, Yo-Yo quickly found the farmer. He was leaning against a tree with a cigarette in his mouth. When he saw her approach slowly rising, he waved at her. "That's it," he said happily as he handed over a bottle of beer and patted Yo-Yo on the shoulder. "Great job. I accept you now. My farm is right by the mountain foot. Feel free to use it, just remember to pay your rent. The matter regarding the farmland was settled. Next up, Yo-Yo needed to find Aunt B. She had already prepared a gift, an apple that ranked second on his list of favorites. She had taken many from the slime's early apples were now in abundance for her. Though she couldn't get him his favorite present, this should still boost their affinity during the festival's double charm bonus period. Should be at the stone bridge, Yo-Yo thought as she walked along, recalling where Aunt B might be. Aunt B was a guardian of the town and had control over Blackfire. Being cursed by birth, he was shunned and feared by most people. To avoid causing trouble, he usually kept his distance from crowds. In the double charm bonus of the festival celebration, giving an apple should also add a decent amount of affection. Should he still be on the stone bridge? Yo-Yo walked while recalling where the boy might be. Didi was the overseer of the town at the base of the tower and its guardian. He had the power to control the arc flames, but, as a cursed child, he was shunned and feared by those who didn't know his secret. For this reason, he usually kept away from crowds. Yo-Yo searched through various narrow alleys near the stone bridge she had previously found, yet saw no sign of him. She had planned to check out nearby suburbs, but just as she turned around, a ball of scorching dark flames rose up at her feet. Stay still. It was a pleasant young voice tinged with coldness. Yo-Yo felt an electric thrill just hearing it. Didi lowered his cap and pressed the barrel of his gun against Yo-Yo's skull. Dark butterflies, formed by cursed spirits, fluttered around him. Just looking at them made her feel very dangerous. What is your purpose in following me? Most people would be terrified being threatened like this, but Yo-Yo was excited. Her mind had been flooded with thoughts and she almost blurted out something ridiculous. Step on my head a few more times. Cough cough. No matter what, one should maintain composure before the god. Just as Yo-Yo thought about how to explain that all she wanted was to give him a gift, her vision darkened. She realized she was losing blood rapidly and soon would be out of health points. Before she could speak, she lost consciousness. Hospital. Yo-Yo stared blankly at the white ceiling. She had forgotten that its black spirit butterflies were cursed. Getting too close meant continuous damage from the curse. If only there was a system where death doesn't drop items. Everything in her bag vanished, and to retrieve it, she'd have to go back to where she died. But no matter, because it was ADAB, she could forgive him. If he had been an ordinary NPC, Yo-Yo would have killed him multiple times over just for the sake of respawning at a safe spot. Excitement had made her forget that the black spirit butterfly hovering around a bead carried a curse. Anyone who got too close would be cursed, and their health points would continuously drop. Wouldn't it be great if there was a system where you don't lose your items when you die? Everything in her backpack vanished upon death, and to retrieve them she had to return to the place where she died. But no matter, because of a bead, she could forgive him. If he were just an ordinary NPC, she would have killed him mercilessly, sitting at a respawn point and picking off players one by one. This is your bill, said the hospital administrator from behind her door. Pay up and you can leave. The administrator looked like a giant sunflower with an odd appearance. If a player chose not to pay before leaving, he would go berserk like fighting a mini-man's boss in a dungeon. I only have this stick now, I don't think I stand a chance, she muttered. It was strange that the branch she had picked up from the tree hadn't dropped when she died. Instead, it transformed into a wooden ring on her finger and could be summoned at will. As her fingers lightly touched the ring, Yo-Yo fell deep in thought. Just as she hesitated, the ring glowed and returned to its original form, flying uncontrollably through the air before heading straight for the administrator. Administrator H. Pomoa. Berserk state activated. Yo-Yo, what was up with this cursed stick? Patient, he said mockingly. Do you think you can escape payment? What a naughty child. The floor of the hospital began to crumble as countless branches emerged from cracks in the ground. The seemingly normal sunflower grew even larger and its center bloomed into numerous mouths that spat out seeds like machine gun fire. With no other choice, Yo-Yo had to fight armed with her one-man's point damage stick. She waited for a moment when he paused and then stepped forward, brandishing the branch wildly as she slashed away at his health points. Seeing him with tens of thousands of HP almost made her lose it. Vines whipped around, sending stone chips flying everywhere. Yo used one hand to support herself on the ground, performing an elegant backflip to dodge the attack and land gracefully. She then casually picked up a rock from the floor. Wielding this broken twig that did a measly 1 damage, she fought on. As the opponent paused for an instant, Piao stepped forward with hurt wig and slashed wildly, drawing health points of -1. Honestly, after seeing the several thousand hit points, she was almost stunned into paralysis. Vines danced around her as stone chips flew everywhere. Piao supported herself on one hand, did a backflip to dodge an attack, then casually picked up a rock from the ground and hurled it at the Xiaoxu Piece 5. Hiao. Even a small pebble had higher damage than her weapon. She felt incredibly complex emotions inside. Though the twig's enchantments were quite good, its base stats as an unupgraded item were so poor that they left Piao speechless. To quickly end the battle, she began to mindlessly pick up rocks and throw them at every opportunity. Such a disrespectful believer, leaving her god in the dust. Under Piao's relentless efforts, but had lost half of his hit points. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged around her, changing the scene before her eyes into an ethereal green void. Am I not even as good as this pebble? Hiao. Chapter 12. Tower Tongue Flower Goddess Festival. Zhao, what's going on here? Why would a beautiful youth appear out of nowhere during battle? Seeing the surroundings transform into an emerald green void, Hiao was momentarily blank. When she saw the floating young deity with his irritated expression, she snapped back to reality. This was the divine realm, a private domain accessible only by those trusted by a god. Being pulled here out of nowhere left her bewildered, especially when hearing the youth's words. Your great god is now angry. Yes, thoroughly enraged. The youthful deity pouted and crossed his arms. Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea, breaking into a smile faster than flipping through pages in a book. But since you are my sole believer, I will give you one chance to redeem yourself. Hiao, what is he talking about? The words left Joey utterly confused. Your god is now angry. Yes. Thoroughly pissed off. The young deity pouted and crossed his arms over his chest. Then, as if struck by a brilliant idea, he broke into a grin so quickly it seemed to change faster than the pages of a book flipping. But since you're my only believer, I'll give you one chance to make amends. Joey, what's he saying? Why can't I understand? Pluck the dream flower from deep beneath the earth and brew me some delicious dream blossom wine. I will be waiting for you there. The god's voice faded into the divine realm, leaving Joey speechless before being hurled back to reality. It all happened so suddenly that she was still in a daze. The giant sunflower continued its relentless assault, spewing out double the usual amount of seeds now imbued with flames, making Joey dare not divert her attention for even an instant. Why did it turn into a ring? The wooden ring bound around her finger wouldn't budge no matter how hard she tried. It was as if it had become fused to her skin and couldn't be removed at all. At that moment, Joey recalled the young god's words, piecing together what he meant. She felt like she understood something profound. It seemed likely that this enchanted branch acted as a medium for her contract with some deity. It feels so unreliable. No matter how you looked at it, there was an air of childishness about it. Joey pondered for a moment before accepting reality. Whatever the case, I'll finish scraping the rest of the ass blood first. With that thought in mind, she picked up her stone and continued to scrape away. Her attacks were weak, but her tenacity was impressive. Joey threw herself into the task with all her might until finally exhausting her opponent. She felt utterly drained, as if enduring a long prison sentence. The sunflower returned to its original form, still seething from fury. You have 5 seconds, get out of here now. Joyce had completely dropped thanks to some petty god Emmett. Even being a pretty boy couldn't save him. And so the words went. Exhausting the other side to death left her feeling mentally and physically drained, as if she had been locked up in a dungeon. Though reverted back to his original form, but was still seething with rage, it seemed that really did make him furious. I give you 5 seconds to leave this place. His goodwill towards her completely vanished thanks to some petty deity's blessing, of course. Damn it, even a beautiful young man couldn't be forgiven. She said as much but still didn't want to let go of the god-tier enchanted weapon given by him. No choice. There was just too much he gave me. JPG. Do you know how hard enchanting is? Do you know how difficult it would be for an African chief to enchant something, to avoid another enchantment ordeal? Can't use the weapon must have made him angry, she thought. But from their conversation in the divine realm, he seemed more amused than angered. It felt like it hit his sweet spot. She wasn't quite sure what to make of this. Her god's personality was just too bizarre. Before we leave, let's pick up any drop items first. Heading back through that dark alley might mean running into again without Enchanter's equipment. Dealing with him would be tough. She couldn't imagine having to eat healing potions while talking to him. What a picture. Exiting the hospital side path, quick and her pace and followed her memory of the route. Should be there soon. Turning the corner, she arrived at that same alley where she had died before. Her gaze swept over the ground carefully but found it empty. Was she gone for too long to have been refreshed off the map? Just as she thought this, a bag hit her head and winced in pain. Is this mine? Opening the bag, seeing everything inside intact made her pause. She slowly looked up. Along where it had fallen, black military uniform was the first thing to catch her eye. Black flames swirled around him as he stood there with cold, ocean-gray eyes that seemed distant and unapproachable. Take this. Don't come near me next time. With those words, he turned his back on her. His dark red cloak fluttered gracefully as he leapt off the roof to the other side. Was slightly taken aback after seeing the entire thing. She then slowly raised her head in the direction where the bag had fallen, and a young man's black military uniform came into view first. Black flames swirled around him, and his ocean-tiled and indifferent expression that made it hard to approach him. Take this, and stay away from me next time. With those words, he turned around. His dark red cloak fluttered as he leapt off the roof, disappearing into the darkness, leaving Yo-Yo standing there in a daze. Did he deliberately wait for me to collect my things? She wondered. The items inside the bag wouldn't fade away with time. His intentions were clear. Abby was cold towards people, but generally decent overall. Yo-Yo clenched her fists and made up her mind. The next time I see him, I'll definitely give him the gift I've prepared. Before that, however, she looked at the ring on her finger. I need to appease this capricious god first. There was no place in the entire town selling dream flower, why only a show fan PC sold recipes. I had hoped for an easy escape from class, but it seems I'll have to do things myself. Spending some of the remaining potato currency, Yo-Yo successfully purchased the recipe. Apart from the crucial ingredient, the dream flowers, he could obtain all other ingredients in shops or the wilds. Without any innate attributes and weapons, she had to fight bare-handed against minion bosses of the town. Yo-Yo felt bewildered once again. If it met a minor NPC, it wouldn't have been so difficult. Meeting with miners would unlock mining tools that could be used in dungeons. Players could then craft usable weapons at blacksmith shops. Yo-Yo pondered for a moment and decided to go through with the scraping method. She glanced at her ring again before gritting her teeth and proceeding. The dungeon seems to be located north of the plains. Let's give it a try, no matter what. 13. The Flower Goddess Festival in the bottomness of town. After successfully completing the dungeon, Yo-Yo, the weapons available in the town were limited. Yo-Yo pondered for a moment, then let her thoughts drift away. She glanced at the ring on her finger and gritted her teeth before deciding to use the scraping method once again. The seems to be located north of the plains. Well, I guess we should give it a try. Chapter 13. The Festival of Flower Deities in the town below the tower. After successfully completing the dungeon, Yo-Yo was completely numb from exhaustion. She had no idea how she managed to get through these days. She woke up, ate, and then continued grinding through the dungeons without rest. This apple is so sweet. When you return, bring me some more. She was sitting by a riverbank fire, contemplating life when suddenly, a light breeze brushed past her ear. A light breeze burst formed into a boy's form, appearing behind Yo-Yo and leaning his delicate face against the right side of her shoulder with one hand wrapped around her waist while the other held onto the apple she was holding. The flawless surface of the beautiful red apple was mercilessly bitten by him, revealing its white flesh as sweet juice flowed out, dripping down to Yo-Yo's fingertips. Such a waste, he murmured regretfully and continued licking it with his tongue. The thick apple juice mixed with his crystal gray saliva, creating an odd sensation that made her feel ticklish. Yo-yo, what was this bitter feeling? When she saw the mischievous smile on his face, Yo-yo realized there was more to it than just a playful gesture. Did you do this intentionally? She asked curiously after a moment of silence. Did I get caught? The boyish deity winked and laughed with an innocent grin. I wanted to play a trick on you, but your reaction was so calm. Guess the prank didn't work out. As long as it makes you happy. Afterward, Xiao realized that things weren't as simple as she had thought. She fell silent for a moment before asking with confusion, "Were you doing this on purpose?" "Did I get caught?" The young deity, who was caught red-handed, winked playfully and grinned, looking utterly carefree. "I wanted to prank you, but your reaction was so dull it's safe to say the joke didn't work," Kuyao said with a sigh. "Oh, so whimsical and self-centered, yet full of mischief." She couldn't help but grumble. It seemed that this deity was just as unreliable as she had imagined. Saying resignedly, Tiao no longer paid attention to the young deity trailing behind her and started tidying up her belongings, preparing to return to town. God of purity and strife, a deity who thrives amidst hume and disputes. Though my power and faith are among the weakest in the tower, it doesn't matter because spreading my fame through conflict with other gods is your job. Silria was still beside Tiao, his bare feet hovering off the ground as he floated gracefully. A wreath of flowers adorned his ankles. "So from now on, I'll be counting on you to do your best, my dear little believer." Faith was the source of a deity's power. More believers meant greater strength. If Xiao remembered correctly, the current top god in terms of faith should be the radiant goddess of fortune and beauty, whose followers dominated the lower levels of the tower. As for Silria, she only vaguely recalled seeing him mentioned in her handbook. At that time, she hadn't been particularly interested in matters between gods before crossing over. Tiao had focused solely on climbing the tower and doing what she wanted. Tiao felt a headache coming on, so now, I have to get involved with godly conflicts as well. With so few believers, even trying to fish for advantage was difficult. Tiao thought to herself, "How did I end up on this ship? Even if you regret it now, there's no use," Silria said, lifting his slender fingers. The affairs of the gods were none of her concern before she had crossed over. All she cared about was conquering the tower and doing what she pleased. Joey felt a slight headache, so now, besides conquering the tower, I also have to get involved in the squabbles between the gods. With so few believers, even trying to fish for advantage wouldn't work. Feels like I've boarded a ship of thieves, Jojo muttered. Even if you regret it now, it's too late. Silria lifted her delicate finger and touched the former rune on Joe's hand. "I have already marked you with my seal. Shouldn't you know that this is something only a high divine messenger has? In short," she continued, "from the moment you picked up the divine contract, you became mine." The younger god smiled even brighter, and Joey felt her stomach ache more intensely. Though she didn't fully understand the specifics of what the gods were capable of, if he said it was true, then there wasn't much hope for change. Well, being a high divine messenger should come with some perks, right? Other players would have to compete fiercely to reach this status, so her situation might not be too bad. Bullshit. The bonuses given were based on the god's own power, since he had already said that she was at the bottom of the hierarchy. How much could his supposed bonus really amount to? Seems like all the misfortune is falling my way. Xiao. She paused for a moment and opened her stats panel to check out the added attributes. If things were this bad, even just getting an attack boost would be satisfying. Divine Believer base attack 100, defense 100, cooking skill 1000. New skill gained Frenzy. Frenzy blessing of the god of strife. Sacrifice 30% of your health to enter a frenzy, granting you invincibility for 20 seconds and locking all attributes at their maximum value. Cooldown 10 seconds. Joey let out an expletive. Though her stats were indeed quite absurd, especially the cooking skill, which made no sense to her, this blessing was truly powerful. Who cared about positioning? Just max out your health bar and become a tank player riding high on the power of invulnerability. Joey suddenly felt a surge of determination. 10. Joe muttered. While the stats boost was indeed impressive, and the culinary enhancement baffled her completely, this blessing was truly powerful. As long as she had enough health points, it would be invincibility. Who cared about positioning? Just max out your HP bar and become an unstoppable blood tank player with the power of this invincible blessing. Joe suddenly felt a surge of determination. Any more questions? Syl Ria's voice echoed in her ears. Blinded by the blessing, Joe looked at her sincerely and positively replied, "No, I'm ready to serve you. So what if it was Dreamflower wine?" A small thing like that was no problem at all. She could make 100 bottles if needed. However, she mused as she walked along, it seems the bonuses and blessings increase with more followers. She had to gather even more believers. The named NPCs were tough enough, but the faceless town NPC would be easier targets. No need for any argument, just beat them until they joined her cause. But there's one issue, Joe thought. If these NPCs died and respawned, their faith would reset. To keep it stable after changing, she had to protect them well, which was a bit of trouble. In the process of brewing Dreamflower wine, Joe started farming fields and occasionally picked Lucky Town NPC targets for some righteous beatings. She couldn't kill them off completely, but needed to knock them out until they submitted. Their health bars were pitiful even with her one pitiful attack stick. She had to use healing items on them. Changing their faith actually helps me do things. Using the name of Messenger of the God, commanding other believers to help plant crops and gather materials, or even deliver gifts to NPCs was surprisingly effective. It seems we're still in the Festival of Flower Goddess. Joe checked her calendar from the general store. The festival lasted 3 days, today being the last day. Flower. Changing my faith actually allowed me to get help from others. This is quite a discovery, thought Yo-Yo. By invoking the name of Messenger of God, he could command other believers to assist him with farming and gathering materials, even delivering gifts for NPCs. A surprisingly effective method. It's Flower Festival right now. Yo-Yo flipped through the calendar he bought at the general store. The festival lasted 3 days, and today marked its final day. I should still be able to sign up for the reef competition. With his recent busy schedule, Yo-Yo had almost forgotten about this event until now. Arriving near Sacred Spring, he noticed that registration was closing soon. He managed to squeeze in just in time. The reef competition involved throwing flower rings at targets on a grid. The further away the target, the higher the score. Each participant got 3 attempts, and their total scores would determine the winner. This simple game was child's play, especially against nameless NPCs. Let's begin, Rabbit Mayor announced as participants lined up neatly. There were only 5 people in total. The fishing competition next month sounds more interesting, he mused while flipping through his calendar. Tomorrow is Ming-Ji's birthday, I need to get him a gift. The idea seemed increasingly plausible. He could prepare some of Ming-Ji's favorite fish dishes. Thanks to a certain petty deity, Yo-Yo had gained 1000 culinary points and was now an expert chef. He could throw anything into his pot and create delicious meals that even the head chefs at town restaurants raved about. Strange as it may seem, this enhancement is quite useful. He sighed. I won't have to worry much for next month's cooking festival. Time passed quickly before Yo-Yo knew it. The person ahead of him had finished their turn and was stepping off the starting line. It was now his time to compete. The woven wreath lay ready. The head chefs of the restaurants in town were intoxicated by her delicious dishes. Looks like this bonus is quite mysterious, but it's surprisingly useful, Yo-Yo sighed. She no longer knew what to say. I don't have to worry about the upcoming cooking festival anymore. Time passed quickly before she could even think. The person ahead of her had left the starting line, and now it was her turn. The woven wreath lay neatly in a large basket made from bamboo. Yo-Yo reached out with ease, gripping the wreath firmly as she slowly approached the starting line. She raised her hand, adjusted her stance, and then took aim. With one breath, she hurled it. Petals danced in the wind, green leaves fluttering along, and the wreath landed gracefully at its farthest point. Once you master the technique, it's not difficult at all. Yo-Yo effortlessly threw 3 times in a row, securing her place as champion. This is this year's Flower Goddess Festival prize fruit beast. It can change form based on your preference and loves to eat tender branches from the forest. If well cared for, it won't throat entrance. The rabbit mare handed Yo-Yo a round green ball of fur. This little creature was only as big as her palm, clearly in its juvenile stage. Its large eyes blinked curiously at this new owner. Since it's your pet, you should give it a name, she thought, realizing how much easier map exploration would be with the fruit beast by her side. Yo-Yo looked down at the little creature and said, "You're so green, let's call you Little Green." The fruit beast could freely change its form if given enough tender branches. Yo-Yo had collected quite a few after the locust invasion in the forest, filling up most of her backpack with them. Little Green hopped excitedly on her hand as soon as it saw her pull out its favorite branch, eyes gleaming with joy and anticipation. "Remember to work hard after you eat," she said. There was plenty left for her to do. Apart from managing the farmland tended by her faithful employees, she had to sweep through maps daily to collect dropped resources. Her backpack was almost full to bursting. As soon as Shell Green saw Chiao take out her favorite tender branch from the backpack, she hopped excitedly on Chiao Kiao's hand. Her eyes sparkled with joy. It seemed like she couldn't wait any longer. "Remember to work hard after you eat," said Chiao Chiao. There was plenty of work ahead besides overseeing the fields tended by her followers and employees which didn't require immediate attention. She had daily tasks such as sweeping through maps for resource drops, picking up quests at the tavern, and fishing during rainy days in remote locations. Satisfied with having fed and watered Zhao Green until she was full, Kuran before transforming her into an enormous white dog large enough for her to hop onto its back. "Great job, Zhao Green. Now let's head to the tavern." Riding this giant repair dog through the streets had always been a dream of hers. With a burst of speed, Kiao Tao dashed down the street with the wind whistling past her cheeks. In no time at all, they arrived at the tavern door. "Having transportation really makes things easier. I feel twice as efficient," said Tiao Chiao. The white repaired dog transformed back into its cute green ball form and perched on Xiao Xiao's shoulder, making it easy to bring Xiao Green inside with her. Convenient indeed. As the tavern owner, who had become a familiar face to Tiao Chiao, he set down his glass of ale and laughed heartily. "We have some good quests today. Welcome to take them on." Completing these quests would boost her reputation in town. Each level brought its rewards, culminating in an excellent quality Elden Bow if she reached the maximum rank. Though Chiao was already planning a bloodthirsty playstyle and weapons weren't as crucial for her now, it still made sense to grab whatever bonuses were available. Occasionally though, some of these daily quests from townfolk could be quite absurd. Quest Giver Town NPC, Task Content High, forgot my toilet paper, please deliver a roll to the marked location. Reward Magic Notebook 1, Earth. Sometimes it left her scratching her head. Efficiency wasn't as critical anymore, but there were still things to grab that wouldn't leave her empty-handed. Occasionally, the daily quest from town NPCs would be a bit absurd. Quest Giver Town NPC. Task Content I forgot toilet paper. Please deliver it to the marked location on the map. Reward Magic Notebook 1. Potatoes 10. Yo-Yo. This just now happened after she had mentioned it earlier. Chapter 15. The town at the bottom of the tower. Ever since getting Fruit Beast, Yo-Yo's efficiency had noticeably improved. Riding her white dog through town, thanks to all the broken branches from early on, her little green friend was brimming with energy and never ran out of steam. Now no one could stop her from grinding this map. Speaking of which, Dreamflower wine is almost ready. Yo-Yo paused at the edge of the farm. She dismounted gracefully from the white dog's back. After giving the wine to Sylvia, Il started preparing for the next level. She harvested potatoes and roses grown by the farm's two people, temporarily boosting her wealth. With a satisfied pat on her bulging purse, she took out the Dreamflower wine crafted at the kitchen counter. Perfect Dreamflower wine, gold quality, his sweet one made from Dreamflowers, beloved by residents of the tower base. With just a flick of her wrist, she created something gaudy. Her cooking skills must be terrifyingly high. Even someone who only knew how to make instant noodles in real life became a culinary god. "Let's get going," Yo-Yo said as she stuffed the wine into her backpack and rode off towards the southern forest on her dog. This time was different from last. She had spent a fortune at the blacksmith, upgrading materials for Siluria's branch. Not only did it improve, but it even advanced to its second stage. The second branch came into form's bow and sword. When Yo-Yo first discovered this, she was genuinely surprised, indeed worthy of being Haiyan. Zhao mounted the dog and sped off toward the southern forest. This time Zhao was different from before. She had spent a fortune at the blacksmith to upgrade her materials, enhancing the branch Siluria had given her. In fact, she even advanced it by one stage. The second branch could transform into two forms, bow and arrow or longsword. With that thought in mind, she kissed the ring on her finger, and a faint glow emitted from it as it slipped off her hand. It soon transformed into the bow form she desired. Just two arrows shot out, striking the lively slime back by about a meter. She followed up with more shots until it was completely defeated. Though not particularly powerful yet, these arrows were sufficient to deal with slimes at this stage. If needed, she could just fire off several more after all. They never ran out. After collecting materials dropped by the slain slime, Jiu also picked up newly spawned materials and even found a complete treasure chest hidden in the bushes. Blade Able deals 200% damage to slimes. Jiu oh wow. This was just what she needed. She felt like taking off. With her new ring equipped, Jiu began slaughtering everything in sight within the forest until she reached the divine tree. You're so slow. Siluria's figure suddenly appeared beside Jiu. His arms wrapped around her neck from above, his breath whispering against her ear like a breeze. The young god seemed to enjoy intimate gestures with his only devotee. I've been waiting for ages. Jiu had been too engrossed in exterminating the slimes outside and hadn't realized she'd cleared all of them off the map. She collected so much slime goo that it was a joy to torment these creatures. I'm surprised you actually made wine for me yourself, Siluria said as he sat high up on a tree branch with his bottle of wine in hand. He looked like an ethereal ball floating mid-air, glowing faintly and smiling. With that, he vanished quickly, taking his drink with him. She savored the moment, thoroughly enjoying tormenting that slime. Among past high deities, only you truly made me my own drink, Siluria said as she sat high up in a tree trunk with her bottle of wine, glowing faintly like an ethereal ball floating mid-Manus air. Smiling warmly, so, see you later. She took off quickly after that. What a free-ted deity. But still, was it really just her who had done this sincerely? Jiu's expression turned complex. However, she was too upset since the affection system in her game had risen with each step. As long as her affinity increased, everything would be fine. It hadn't been a waste of effort. Zhao opened her character profile and saw Siluria's portrait glowing under the deity category. Clicking on it revealed that Dreamflower wine was now listed among her favorite items. Does this game actually have something like divine weddings? She wondered as she flipped through the affection rewards. This was the first time she knew players could marry deities, even get married to them, an achievement no less. Siluria, God of Strife, 40 points in affinity lets you chat happily with him, 60 points allows for shopping together, and at 80 points he'll give you a ring from the flower goddess. Become his lover and receive blessings as well. Marry him to summon on him anytime. Zhao, was this some kind of harem game? Especially those 40 minds point and 60 affinities, they had nothing to do with adventure games. The higher my affection is, the better it will be for me, she said as she closed her book. After sending Dreamflower wine, Zhao planned a return trip to the farm. She was eager to continue advancing and hoped to meet the architect in the next level so that she could build her own base there, growing potatoes and roses while expanding production. Good afternoon, Zhao. Just as she had returned near the farm, Mingji suddenly appeared. Now that she had delivered Dreamflower wine, she was planning to return to her farm and then continue on with her ascent. All she hoped for now was to meet Architect in the next layer. Zhao couldn't wait to see him build his own base and have all of her followers cultivate potatoes and roses there. She wanted to expand production as well. Good afternoon, Zhao Yao. She had barely returned to the outskirts of the farm when Mingji suddenly called out to her. Zhao Qiao turned her head. Good afternoon. Is something up? I was wondering if you have some time, he said shyly with a smile, scratching his cheek awkwardly. A federal NPC's affection rigor. Zhou Keyao nodded in agreement. Since every special NPC's affection event would gift players some items or boost their attributes, it was completely free and beneficial. No player could refuse such an opportunity. Chapter 16. The town at the bottom of the tower. The date spot was by a lake to the west. Zhao Yiqiao knew this place well. It was the only fishing spot in town. She had spent countless nights here, catching high-es great fish for Ming Jiao's birthday present. Zhao Yiqiao, you're from outside the tower, right? Ming Ji walked beside her and noticed that she took smaller steps than he did. He adjusted his pace to match hers with a hearty laugh, turning his gaze towards her. This question was slightly beyond what Zhou Yiqiao could answer. As a player who had crossed over multiple times and completed the game many times, she still didn't know much about the outside world. She remembered that according to official lore, it was an apocalyptic setting where only inside the tower did life thrive, though exactly how things were out there remained unclear to her. So Zhao thought for a moment before answering with another question. What do you think of the outside world? He seemed surprised by her response. The player had gone through the game countless times, but never knew what was happening outside. However, she did remember that according to official lore, it was some kind of post-mass apocalyptic world where only within the tower could one find life and vitality, though exactly how things stood out there. So with a thoughtful nod, Zhou decided to answer her question with another question. Mingji, what do you think about the outside world? He seemed surprised by the query. After pondering for a moment, he replied, I've only seen it in books and can't be certain. But from my understanding, it's an arid wasteland overrun with demons and gods. People living out there must have a hard time. Demons and gods, was this something new to the game? Zhou had never heard of these terms before. Mingji continued, I've also heard that some demon organizations are using special methods to enter the tower, hanging around near the underwater kingdom. They're causing quite a stir, with conflicts breaking out between them and mermaid soldiers. The underwater kingdom, also known as the Pearl Kingdom among players, existed beneath the waves in the second layer of the game. To access it, one needed two basic conditions: defeat F to S boss, and have high enough reputation points within the tower. Zhou knew about this place, but had no idea what Mingji was talking about with these organizations. She wondered if there were some new updates to the main storylines since she arrived in this world. Lost in thought, Zhou asked, Mingji, do you know anything else about that organization? Not much really, he replied sheepishly. I only heard recently that they came into the tower for something called Demon Eyes. Their intentions seem shady, but I don't know what else. The Pearl Kingdom was her path forward, and she had many favorite NPCs there, along with materials needed to upgrade her weapons. But then again, after death one would respawn without any of their items. Feels like the conversation just got heavier. Mingji chuckled awkwardly. The situation seemed quite tricky. The Pearl Kingdom was the only path forward, and there were many NPCs she liked inside it. Plus, materials for upgrading her weapon to its third stage could also be found there. But after a moment of careful thought, things didn't seem too bad. After all, if she died, she would just respawn with everything gone from her inventory. Feels like the conversation has gotten serious. Mingji smiled and scratched his cheek awkwardly. Anyway, how about we relax by fishing here? If you don't mind, let's have a little competition. Qiao, could she refuse? She had been fasting and fishing for 3 days straight to collect all the fish in this river. The thought of touching another rod made her cringe. But then again, if winning meant getting some kind of reward, that gave her new energy. So what? You'll show you who's the best angler at the bottom of the tower. Qiao pulled out her trusty beginner fishing pole from her bag. Sure thing, let's see who can catch more. She had just enough bait left over from before. Mingji agreed readily. No problem. They each took a side and Qiao sat on a rock. After warming up, she deftly attached the bait to the line and cast it out smoothly into the water. The surface rippled slightly as fish nibbled at her lure. Qiao reeled in quickly and clicked like mad on the bubble, but another strong white perch landed neatly in her hands. She turned to check Mingzhou's progress, only to be blinded by what she saw. He was using a godly fishing rod. Qiao, what kind of competition is this? Liu Yi not playing fair. He had already beaten her with better equipment and now flaunted it. She suddenly felt a bit cheap. She could have easily bought a new pole but was too stingy to do so. By the flash opponent, he used a god-tier fishing rod, a golden one at that. Kuiyu, this isn't even fair to compare. You don't play by the rules. She had already been pummeled in equipment and was about to forget rubbing it in either. The comparison made her feel a bit cheap. She still hadn't upgraded her fishing rod despite having enough potatoes in Manshou currency. She had leveled up quite a few skills from grinding early, or otherwise today's battle would have seen her knocked out. Qiao took a deep breath and refocused. She'd off back into the game with lightning speed and strength, even using Silria's blessing in the final seconds to boost all attributes temporarily. As expected, Qiao won this round. Though she looked battered, it didn't matter. Minji's eyes widened at the lively fish jumping around in his bucket. Of course, after such a struggle and burning 30% of her HP to catch them, how could she lose? Qiao smiled brightly, but was exhausted inside. It was that bad. Mingji Tian obtained Advanced Bait 100. After all, these were hard to make and in high demand for advanced rivers. Deity events really do reward well. She should hurry up and boost her NPC's affection too. Chapter 17 Bloodthirsty Blade. After dealing with daily chores and arranging the farm's planting, Qiao planned to advance further. Items from regular floors couldn't be brought into challenge levels like riding beasts or weapons crafted at blacksmiths. Still, blessings can still work. Her core strategy was now blessings. She had been grinding tasks in town to increase her HP, and though not fully developed yet, it helped immensely. After that, Qiao decided to continue moving upward. The special items from the regular floors couldn't be brought into the challenge levels. For instance, her monk fruit beast and all the weapons she had crafted at the blacksmith were restricted here. Still, blessings are still usable. Her primary strategy was now centered around blessings. She had been grinding tasks in town to boost her health points as much as possible before entering these floors. Though not fully formed yet, it was enough for a decent start. In this challenge level, she could pick up blood chunk-sucking talents or holy relics and really take off. With that thought in mind, Qiao climbed the stairs to the top. F2 Verdant Dream Trail. Player level 30. Current health 25,000. Killed monsters 0. Death this floor 0. The blinding light faded away, revealing a lush green landscape. Trees, flowers, and grass filled the area, as if nature itself had taken over. Qiao fell from above. As she was falling, something felt off. When her body finally hit the dewy leaves, she realized that some unknown force had shrunk her down to a smaller size. The droplets splashed apart upon impact, scattering water across the moist soil. Startled by this sudden change, Qiao quickly grabbed onto an edge of a leaf before sliding off. Though not high up, the fall would likely hurt given her current tiny form. Below were several lands about her own size, and she wasn't sure if they were friendly or foes. Seems like this place is quite fun. Qiao mused. I'm glad I decided to come along. Just as she steadied herself on the leaf, a glow appeared before her eyes. The glowing orb transformed into Silria's form again. He seemed fascinated by his surroundings, almost childlike in his excitement. Why did you follow me? Qiao asked, surprised at his sudden appearance. Following you over here, my decision was indeed the right one. Just as Qiao saw had just managed to stand on the leaf, a glow suddenly appeared before her eyes. The glowing ball of light transformed into a boy's form once more. Silria seemed very interested in his surroundings, like an excited child whose joy couldn't be concealed. How did you come along too? Kainjiao was clearly caught off guard by his sudden appearance and blinked slightly. Though she knew that special NPCs could join players on challenge floors through invitations, this spontaneous arrival without a full relationship of goodwill was something new to her. The boy merely chuckled confidently. Great God, Silria is willing to adventure with you among all the believers. Only you have this unique opportunity. You should feel incredibly honored. Wasn't it because she was his sole believer? Just happy, so I'm glad for him too. From their interactions in town, Qiao had already figured out Silria's whimsical nature. For a long time, she had been driven to become indifferent by all the strange requests from this capricious deity. Let's find the treasure chest first. The key to challenge floors was always the initial treasure chest. Getting weapons in hand would ease her mind considerably. Qiao cautiously walked along the tree trunk, scanning left and right. After circling around the massive tree for a while, she finally spotted the glimmer of the treasure chest inside a hollowed maze-out section of bark. Bloodthirst Blade absorbs 5 rot from an enemy every 3 attacks on critical hits, absorbs 30% of the damage dealt. Poker Gun fires a card that automatically tracks enemies, adding 2 more cards for each sum and creature, increasing bullet speed by 15%. Hunter's Blunderbuss, a powerful scatter gun with increased damage at close range on the fire enchantment. Its power increases by 200%. It was exactly what she wanted. Although Qiao preferred ranged weapons in challenge floors, these items would complement her blessings. Let's try them out. The monster spawning mechanism of F2 differed from the time-test limited spawns of foam. It was a more open world where creatures could be neutral or hostile. The closer the attack distance, the higher the damage. With fire enchantment, the damage increases by 200%. It really is true that you get what you wish for. Although Qiao doesn't prefer using melee weapons in her challenges, she has no choice but to select this one now to complement her blessing. Let's give it a try. The monster spawning mechanism on floor F2 differs from the time spawns of floor foam. Here is an open world where creatures are either hostile or neutral. Killing them grants experience points and unlocks new talents and relics. As for the final boss, it seems that you have to sacrifice enough small monsters before he appears. Basically, players can control when they face him. Of course, if you run into him by accident, it's a real stroke of bad luck. Looks like there are still some glimmers here. Is there something else? The hollow tree was filled with green leaves, and beneath them lay hidden treasures. Qiao reached in to uncover what was hiding underneath. Obtain grappling hook. A grappling hook, a tool that lets you swing through the air, reaching places unreachable by ordinary means. It works best where there are lots of things around. Qiao exclaimed with joy. She started off with a map traversal. Her luck this time was incredible. I think I remember how to use it. Holding her new grappling hook, Qiao stepped out of the hollow tree and onto an edge leaf. She swung the rope in the direction she wanted to go, watching as the hook secured itself on another branch. Timing had to be precise. Speed was key. If the grappling hook wobbled too much, it would likely fail her. At first, everything went smoothly. Qiao swung through the branches like a monkey chin, leaping from tree to tree with grace and agility. But then she got carried away by her own flair for movement and tumbled down in style. Fortunately, the dense foliage below cushioned her fall somewhat. Falling isn't too bad, but now I'm completely surrounded. Ants swarmed around Qiao. There and Annie twitching nervously as they sent out warning signals. Wang Xi danced between the branches and leaves, flipping back and forth with grace. Then he gracefully flipped over in a spectacularly elegant yet disastrous fall. Fortunately, the dense vegetation below cushioned his landing considerably. Though I'm not hurt from falling, now it seems that I am completely surrounded, Wang Xi uttered to himself as he looked around at the ants surrounding him. The insects were watching him with wary eyes and their antennae twitching nervously, creating an air of tension. Despite the daunting sight of these massive ants, Wang Xi felt confident thanks to his blessed abilities. Author's note. Thank you to all who voted for me or sent nutrition liquid from 2020 to 9/15 8:21 p.m. 40. Free 2020 to 9/16 8:40 p.m. 14. Chapter 18. Second layer. Weapon Bloodthirsty Blade. The damage output was decent enough. However, the sheer number of ants made it slightly challenging for Wang Xi to handle them without any talent or relic enhancements. With his berserk state activated, he leapt upward with a powerful jump and landed lightly on the grass leaves as if his feet were feathered. He grabbed onto one of the branches above him using his grappling hook and then dropped down swiftly from high up in the air, catching a dandelion floating by to slow his descent. Taking a deep breath, he plummeted towards the ground with his blade slicing through the air. Under the blessing of berserk rage, each strike was fierce and relentless. In this sudden attack, almost no ants escaped unscathed. Vampire Extract. Each hit has a 10% chance to drain 10% of an enemy's maximum health. Worst a 40% chance for each Vampire Extract to deal 20 damage to all nearby enemies. Flame Harder attacks will be imbued with flames. Thanks to the blessings, my attack power is not lacking at all. So choosing Vampire Extract should ensure better sustainability. Wangzi thought. Just keep draining blood and charge forward fearlessly. In fact, compared to the first challenge layer, this one seems to have added some new gameplay elements I hadn't seen before. As he was just entering this area, enemies dealt 20 points of damage. Flame Harder attacks will now carry a fiery effect. Thanks to the blessing, my attack power isn't lacking at all. To maintain stamina, I should go with blood sucking. Just keep sucking and charging ahead without hesitation, no fear for a brute. But compared to the first challenge layer, this one seems to have added some new gameplay elements. When she entered this level, Joe noticed 3 visible progress bars floating around her: droplet man-shaped thirst, iron-shaped spirit, and fruit-pained hunger. Suddenly, it feels like in a survival game. The battle with the ants had drained half of her spirit points. She now felt weak and heavy, as if weighed down by lead. Based on past gaming experience, sleep is usually the best way to recover stamina in these kinds of games. Joe pondered this thoughtfully, but can I really rest here? It feels like an ambush could happen at any moment. If she had a builder with blueprints, things would be easier. But lacking that, she relied on her imagination and dexterity. By chance, Joe looked up just as she was struggling to find shelter and saw a large soda can lying nearby. Its water long evaporated. The metal lid was sturdy enough for a clear ringing sound when apt, perfect for temporary refuge. The opening is wide enough for me to crawl in. Inside, the sealed space felt safe and cozy. Even if some insect or animal had sharp teeth, it wouldn't be able to break through this can easily. Still, there are downsides. She turned her body around. The lid won't close once opened, so my size is a bit of an issue. The location was quite good. Perfect for crawling in, she thought as she bent over to enter the can. Once inside, the enclosed safety made her feel secure, even with sharp teeth from any insect or animal. Breaking through this metal would be difficult. But there are downsides too. She turned around and said, since it's a soda can, once opened, it won't close again. Any enemy of my size could easily slip in. And if they did, she'd have no way to escape. This was quite troublesome. Let's think about this later, she murmured as exhaustion began to set in. Her mental energy had dropped rapidly after just a short while on the map. It wouldn't be long before she collapsed from fatigue. She gathered some leaves and used them as makeshift bedding, placing others near the entrance for protection. After confirming there were no immediate threats nearby, she crawled back into the can. The ground was hard and cold beneath her. Maybe I should have brought more leaves to cushion my back, she thought. But even in such harsh conditions, nothing could compare with the weariness of her body. Her eyelids began to droop heavily as darkness crept over them. And then a petty deity appeared once again, interrupting her impending slumber. Does your adventure end here today? He asked playfully. It's so boring, he continued, poking at her cheek like an impatient child. Come chat with me, my faithful follower. Or would she rather hear him tell stories? He was quite skilled at that. Cough cough, let me recount the glory of Soria, the great god of conflict. Are you excited? Yo Joe. He could be so annoying. She just wanted to sleep in peace. Watching his incessant chatter, she felt utterly hopeless. A deity who was such a nuisance to their followers must indeed be rare among the gods. The young god smiled smugly and asked, how about that? Wasn't I impressive? Yo gave him an expressionless nod as if in approval. Very impressive, she said mechanically. The constant noise was making her head ache. She just wanted a peaceful sleep. Why was it so hard? Looking at the boy's incessant chatter, she felt utterly hopeless. A deity like him, who could be such a nuisance to his followers, must be rare among all deities. He grinned smugly and asked, how about that? Am I impressive? Yo gave an indifferent clap. Oh, very impressive. Liu raised her eyebrows and folded her arms across her chest with a huff. Your tone is too dismissive. Let's not talk about this now, Yo said. trying to change the subject as she looked at the glowing boy floating in mid-air. She then generously offered him some space. "I don't mind sharing my leaf blanket. Deities don't need rest," he replied with a pout. But his expression changed suddenly, like he had just thought of something. The previous irritation vanished and was replaced by an impish smile. "Well, if it's the request of a believer, I can make an exception after all. I am such a loving deity." More like tormenting. Yo-Yo felt utterly exasperated but couldn't say anything. The boy slid into Yo-Yo's leafy cocoon with a sly grin. Looking as agile and mischievous as a cat, they lay quietly in the leaves, finally enjoying some peace. She was about to drift off when she heard his voice again. Indeed, humans are such warm creatures. There was now a hint of melancholy in his soft murmur, like a flickering firefly. His eyes held an emotion as if he had been reminded of something. Did he suddenly get sentimental at midnight? It happened all of a sudden. Was it possible that beneath his cheerful exterior, he harbored some heavy, unknown backstory? She thought with a sigh. "Then why don't you come closer?" Yo-Yo suggested. Uriel's slightly surprised gaze and moved in to feel her entire view within the other's beautiful eyes. She then gently held his icy hand and turned. She must be the type who appears cheerful and open on the surface, but has a heavy backstory that no one knows about. What to do? She's just so tasty. Then why don't you get closer? Huh? Zhao met Uriel's slightly surprised gaze and shifted her position, pressing herself fully into his beautiful eyes. She then gently grasped the young deity's cold hand, tilting her head as she asked, "Wouldn't this feel warmer?" Skin touched skin. The warmth of the girl's palm enveloped him. It had been so long since he felt such a sensation that Uriel was momentarily stunned, just staring at her. This sudden heat flared up in his ears, especially under those warm eyes. His heart began to race like fireflies dancing within. "You're really an odd one." After what seemed like ages, the young deity slowly spoke. The melancholy look in his eyes had faded. The god of strife smiled brightly again, looking carefree as ever. But since Miss Fowler said so, you'll gladly accept it. Then did exactly that. As he promised, there was no holding back. With Zhao Ri's permission, his actions became bolder and more unrestrained, like an octopus on coral. Zhao. Well, as long as she could rest quietly, everything would be fine. She really needed to get some sleep now. With that thought in mind, she finally closed her eyes, succumbing to the wave of drowsiness. When Zhao woke up, it was naturally. After that, his actions became increasingly bold. To put it simply, he was like an octopus clinging to coral, unrestrained and treating her as a living pillow. Yo-Yo, if only she could have some peace and quiet, everything would be fine. She really needed to rest properly now. With this thought in mind, Yo-Yo finally closed her eyes, succumbing to the overwhelming drowsiness that swept over her. When Yo-Yo woke up naturally, Uriel was already gone. Under a thin blanket of leaves, she lay alone. Her deity always came and went without trace. Yo-Yo had long since grown accustomed to it, so she didn't worry too much about his absence. However, what concerned her now was her current situation. Spirit points are full again. Next up is the issue of water and food. She could rely on dew from grass leaves or make a filter for murky puddles by riverside. But since Yo-Yo hadn't met any builders yet and she herself had no construction skills whatsoever, that option would have to be put aside temporarily. As for food, with her hoe and seeds in hand, there was no need to panic. However, during the immature growth stage, she'd have to venture out into the wilds to find sustenance. Was carefully planning ahead when a strange sound outside immediately drew her attention. Rustling noises grew louder, as if something was slowly approaching from afar. For some reason, Yo-Yo had an unsettling premonition. Taking a deep breath and parting the leaves at the entrance, she looked around warily. When her gaze fell upon the source of that noise, it nearly stunned her on the spot. It was a large black caterpillar much bigger than herself, covered in soft brown hairs, its body riding continuously as it swayed its head, clearly interested in the tender leaves growing near an empty can nearby. The sight before her was so intense that Yo almost stopped thinking for a moment. It hasn't attacked me actively. It must be a neutral creature. Yo-Yo usually had no particular feelings towards caterpillars, but seeing this one up close, it truly sent shivers down her spine. Thankfully, it wasn't an enemy, otherwise she wouldn't have been prepared to face such a terrifying sight. The newly sprouted tender leaves were very intriguing. The scene before her was so intense that it nearly stunned Yo-Yo, making her momentarily lose focus. It didn't attack me on its own. It must be a neutral creature. Norio wouldn't have given the caterpillar much thought, but this close battle made her feel slightly creeped out. Thankfully, it wasn't an enemy, otherwise she might not have been able to handle such a sudden shock without being prepared mentally. Dealing with a neutral creature was easier. She could ignore it for now until it moved on after feeding itself. I should take care of my thirst first. Her hunger levels were still high, but her thirst was getting low. To avoid any surprises while hunting and searching for treasure chests later, she needed to prepare ahead of time. Yo-Yo retraced her steps back to the green grassland surrounded by ants. The dew on trees and other plants was hard to reach, so this spot would be easier. She just needed something to throw upwards. Picking up a suitable small stone from the ground casually, she climbed onto a large rock for better height. After selecting her target, she made ready, having had painful experience throwing at the sunflower principle. Yo-Yo's sign was decent enough. I hope this works in one go. The little stone flew through the air with grace and landed heavily on the back of the dew. Droplets began to shake uncontrollably, then slowly dripped into a makeshift container she had prepared from leaves. Looks like just one drop can replenish my thirst completely, Yo-Yo noted. Her need for water wasn't too great as long as her aim was accurate. She could get by easily. Now it's time to start exploring the map properly. Before venturing out, to avoid getting lost, Yo-Yo marked a simple symbol on the map at her temporary base. The map is larger than I thought. Let's just pick one direction and go, she decided, heading eastward where there seemed to be treasure chests and tiny villages of similar-sized figures scattered about. It's time to start exploring the map properly, she thought. But before that, in order to prevent getting lost, Kiao marked her temporary base with a simple symbol on the map. The map is much bigger than I expected. Let's just head off in any direction for now. She decided to move eastward where there seemed to be treasure chests and small villages scattered around. Perhaps she could pick up some good quests along the way too. Using her grappling hook, Kiao swung through various vegetation while observing below. To level up faster and enhance her abilities, she attacked any creature with visible health bars without hesitation, eagerly collecting experience orbs. Looks like that's an ant nest over there. Ant nests were notorious for being dangerous in the early stages of the game. Back when Xiao first started out, she had been ambushed here and nearly killed before teleporting back to a revival point with tears streaming down her face. I should mark this spot on my map after all. There's an essential here. Defeating the boss Ant Queen would grant players a red magic staff that could command all ants. It was like having free minions for farming in both challenge and normal floors, a very handy item indeed. After noting it down, Xiao continued her journey forward. Ahead of her lay a mushroom forest with colorful mushrooms sprouting everywhere. She released the grappling hook and jumped onto one giant mushroom cap, which felt bouncy underfoot as if inviting her to jump around some more. What's that? A commotion nearby caught her attention. First she saw a large caterpillar, then a young boy with pigtails who seemed trapped by it. Unlike the black fuzzy worm back at her base camp, this one was an aggressive enemy creature. Initially Kiao planned to watch from atop and loot any dropped items after the NPC fell. But as she looked closer, she realized something was right. The boy appeared to be a named special NPC with significance beyond just another random character in the game. Kiao didn't even blink before diving down to help him out. With 2 swift slashes of her sword, she managed to chip away at his health bar. But if you enter the fray looking cool and confident, aggressive, Zhao had originally planned to lie on the mushroom umbrella and watch the show, thinking about looting any fallen NPCs. But halfway through, she noticed something odd. That young man seemed like a named special NPC. Realizing the severity of the situation, Zhao barely blinked before charging down. With 2 swift slashes, she managed to chip away at his health bar by just single digits. But if you enter with style and flair, these minor details can be overlooked. Author's note. Thank you all who voted or irrigated my novel during 2020 to 9/17 for 18 p.m. 40 2020 to 9/18 9/18 28 p.m. 42. Special thanks to the nutrition liquid supporters 5 bottles. Very much appreciated. Chapter 20. Second floor weapon blood-thirst blade. The tip of her blade felt soft and squishy. Green juice spurted out. Sticky blood splattered on the ground with a hiss as steam rose from the soil in white wisps. Poison effect acquired. Poise and duration 359. A purple label appeared above Zhao's head, indicating that she was poised and for 4 minutes. Though it only drained 10 drops of blood per second, if stacked high enough, it could be deadly, especially in a game where poison effects can stack infinitely and take down even the toughest opponents with one hit. Be careful not to get splashed again. The green worm's health bar was almost depleted. Under the blood-thirst blade's draining mechanism, Zhao was under much pressure from the poison. She dashed forward, swinging her blade in a fluid motion and dodging all of the toxic blood with ease. With a thunderous sound, the giant fell to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Using melee weapons was exhilarating. You could feel every moment of combat vividly. For an instant, Zhao imagined herself as the protagonist from a shonen manga, ready to unleash her fury and cut through everything in sight. Watch out behind. Just when she had relaxed after finishing off the battle, Zhao heard a sharp cry. She fell, sending up a cloud of dust with a thunderous sound. Using close combat weapons was exhilarating. It gave her an immediate sense of the thrill and joy of battle. For a moment, Qiao imagined herself as the protagonist from a popular Japanese manga, bursting with energy to continue slashing through enemies without pause. Watch your back. Just when she had relaxed after finishing off the enemy, Qiao heard an urgent voice. The boy's face twisted in concentration and he flew toward her direction, sending both of them crashing to the ground and rolling a few times on the dirt. At that same moment, the green caterpillar behind them seemed fully charged, puffing up its body with all its remaining strength before exploding into a toxic bomb. Fortunately for Qiao, she was already lying on top of him, otherwise she would have been hit by another wave of poison. Do you plan to stay there forever? You're so dirty, he muttered. His voice brought her back to reality and reminded her that she had been sitting on his waist all along. Data card updated me. T01 is the youngest famous herbalist in Green Mist Country. T01 10. Kyao, did this guy just take off points for rescuing him? Well, he certainly got her attention. Inside she was seething but kept a calm face. After all, Infaisal had a name and was more than an ordinary NPC. Hey, are you okay? Yao raised his eyebrows without any mercy in his voice. It doesn't concern you. Qiao lifted her head defiantly. Clearly caught off guard by this response, Fal's eyes wide and with confusion. Huh? Does anyone answer like that? Yo Fei. No Fei L Cool 5. Fulton. Qiao. What is he doing here? As Qiao was still puzzled about the fluctuating points, Fal seemed to remember something and reached into his small backpack. Clearly, he was taken aback. The look in his eyes when he glanced at Qiao had an air of confusion mixed with a hint of disbelief. Huh? Does anyone answer like that? 4-5. Bishi 5. 10. Kuiyao. Is this some kind of mood swing? Just as Qiao was bewildered by the fluctuating affection levels, he seemed to remember something and reached into his small backpack. He tossed a bottle back in her direction with a casual "Hey, take this." Instinctively, she caught eyed a green vial. Antidote. To avoid any misunderstandings about my actions, let me be clear-eyed and really care if you're safe or not. Looking at Qiao's nearly glowing eyes, Far cleared his throat and coughed a few times. With hands on his hips and an air of arrogance still in place, he said, I just hate seeing corpses lying around. Clearly the old arrogant type. But Chill couldn't help but think, wake up, the snarky tongue has gone out of style. Hiao decided to use magic against magic. She spoke sincerely. Thank you for your concern. Did I say it was because of concern? Are you not listening? She persisted. Thanks for the care. Are you an idiot? Indeed, straightforwardness is always best when dealing with prideful types, Far said after giving up on arguing. You're not from round here. Yes. My name is Qiao. Did I ask your name? Never mind, talking to a fool was a waste of time. The boy sighed, feeling utterly exasperated. Are you heading for the green in Idma? Although it's against my will, since you saved me. Here's some advice. Do you know about the Eye of Magic? Far past, one of their high-ranking officials named White-Off has taken over there. He's extremely powerful, even the queen can't do much to stop him. The people in the Eye are cunning and enjoy tormenting those weaker than them for fun. You'll likely become a focal point as an outsider. There were actually demons here. Be away. 暗语 Why did you give me this? False ears turned red as he gritted his teeth, probably out of embarrassment. His voice grew softer with each word. This is the flower used when proposing to a woman. Yojo blinked innocently and replied, Oh? Can it be used for men too? It seemed like she had pushed him far enough. His fluctuating affection meter clearly showed he was annoyed. You still following me? The young man noticed Yo-Yo behind him. He turned around, the little braid on the back of his head swaying with each movement. Yojo spoke frankly. You look upset, so I thought maybe there's something I can do to help. I'm not angry, he said after a pause. She hummed in understanding and re-raised her question. Alright then, if you're not angry. Is there anything I can assist with? Liu Fei felt like talking to this person was futile. Another hesitation followed before he gave up. Forget it. But the affection meter kept decreasing, though not quite into negative territory yet. She wanted to boost it back. Like a persistent tail, wherever the young man went, Yo-Yo tagged along and even dispatched several minor monsters on her way. Picking up an experience orb from the ground, she heard the familiar upgrade sound effect again. Holy Impact Teach Attack summons a golden sword that pierces enemies for 40% web and damage, which as flame. All attacks are imbued with fire magic. Every fifth hit marks the enemy with a witch's mark which explodes after 10 seconds. Ice Judgment weapon strikes freeze targets on impact, with a 15% chance to immobilize them. This time her luck wasn't great. None of the 3 talents were related to blood-sucking. But that didn't matter too much. He had 3 talents, and every 5th attack would mark an enemy with a witch's sigil that exploded 10 seconds later. Ice Judgment adds frost magic to weapons. There's a 15% chance each hit will freeze the target in place. This time his luck wasn't particularly good. None of the talents were related to blood-sucking, but it didn't matter too much, as he still had plenty of room for growth and future choices. Unless his luck was truly abysmal, forming a complete school would be simple enough. What do you want? Far asked impatiently after following her all the way to his campsite. It consisted of a makeshift tent made from sticks and giant leaves, with a pot near the entrance used for cooking and boiling water. This was exactly where Yo-Yo wanted to go. Since she hadn't found an engineer yet, poor Yo couldn't even make a simple pot, although she remembered all the ingredients needed. Without blueprints or workbenches, it was impossible. No one would expect someone to hand-craft a pot from stones in mere seconds. Far spoke again, with clear irritation. Do you plan on staying here? If he gave her the pot. But currently his goodwill towards her wasn't high enough for that. More pressing, however, was her hunger meter flashing red. She needed food soon. Though Yo felt no physical sensation of being hungry or tired, it had always been this way since she entered the tower. She didn't know why, but physiologically, she neither got hungry nor sleepy. It was quite peculiar. Perhaps that's just how players were set up. Brought her thoughts back to reality and looked at Far. Can I use your pot? So that's what you want? Far raised an eyebrow. The young man hummed lightly before looking at Yo-Yo again. Use it quickly and then leave. Seeing you makes me tired. Sure, thank you. With permission granted, Yo-Yo sat in front of the pot and began rummaging through her backpack. On the way here she had gathered various items. She didn't know if they were edible but decided to boil them anyway. With over 1,000 points in cooking skills, tossing subpar ingredients into the pot guaranteed perfect dishes. Almost done. He, 259, 258. Why? The only trouble was that she couldn't move until the effect wore off. WHM, what are you doing? While the subject was still admiring her cool eyes and Mo Earth, who had just collected new herbs, was terrified by this scene and dropped his plans in shock. Far-El immediately ran into his leaf tent to grab a potion that would dispel the effect. The shadows of fire and ice vanished as he poured it over Yo-Yo's body. The cool visual effects disappeared, leaving Yo-Yo disappointed. I still can't move. I just finished using up all the potions for removing stiffness, Far-El sighed in relief. Seizing the moment while Yo was immobilized, he gave her a sharp rap on the head. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Putting those dangerous ingredients together like that? Yo-Yo's eyes lit up. But don't you think an ice and Byzantine ice fire person is cool? Far-El? What kind of brain does she have? Does anyone else even consider such things? He hadn't felt this exasperated and helpless in a long time. Chapter 22. Weapon Bloodthirsty Blade. By shamelessly mooching off Far-El's cooking pot every day, Yo-Yo slowly gained his trust. He seemed to have given up on her already, treating her as if she were part of the family now. But sometimes when she wanted to throw all the mind-shaped ingredients into the pot, he would rush over and snatch them away from her, criticizing her endlessly about past mistakes, completely acting like a natty housewife. Don't daydream. Did you even listen to what I said? Far-El gave Yo-Yo another hard rap on the head. If you put any more strange things in my pot again, I won't let you use it anymore. In short, that was how it went. Using someone else's stuff always felt a bit awkward. If Far-El were just an ordinary NPC, she could have beaten him up and claimed his cooking pot as her own. Yo-Yo continued to hunt monsters. She had already opened every chest in the mushroom forest several times over, and each time she got a fixed number of fireflies. Her backpack was almost full now. It's for you to use, he said. In any case, that was how things stood. Always felt a bit awkward if the person in front of her were just an ordinary NPC. She could have given him a good beating and taken credit for his loot without hesitation. But now, out of boredom, Yo-Yo had to continue fighting monsters. She had already checked every chest in the mushroom forest, each one yielding a fixed number of fireflies. Yo-Yo's inventory was almost full with them. Firefly, small insect that glows at night and serves as currency in Green Enchanted Land. With so much money saved up but unable to spend it for fear of advancing too far into the main storyline, Yo-Yo sighed. If I could just find a builder, I could store these fireflies indefinitely. Living without blueprints or workbenches was unbearable. Frustrated in her thoughts, she continued exploring with her grappling hook, swinging between leaves and branches. Once she had mastered this tool, the sensation of gliding through the air became something she loved. It seems like we've entered a new area, Yo-Yo mused as the scent of flowers filled her nostrils, mingled with the sweet nectar. The forest was full of thorny roses. Using the grappling hook to move forward would be risky. Those spines could draw blood. He remembered something important. I recall that these monsters drop real seeds. Seem short on them right now, so I might as well stay here and farm a bit. She could level up her skills while doing it. Wind and swim. Most of the small monsters in this area were flying creatures like bees or butterflies, not easy to hit. But she had an advantage. They couldn't use grappling hooks either. First, Yo-Yo found a tricky spot among the thorny vines, a narrow entrance leading to a spacious interior. Perfect, she thought as she cut and trimmed some of the vines with her knife. Once done, she ran outside to attract enemies' conniving. To take advantage of this, he even managed to achieve fully automated monster hunting. Firstly, find a tricky spot among the thorny green vines where the entrance is just right and the space inside should be good like this, he thought. Using his knife, he cut through some of the vines and carefully trimmed them until they were in place. Then Yo-Yo rushed out to attract the hatred of enemy monsters. She quickly ducked into the thorny vines as the hostile creatures flew towards her. Based on the system's judgment and the characteristics of the NPC enemies, Yo-Yo's plan was a success. The spiky vines kept all the monsters bleeding continuously. Enlargement 5% decrease in movement speed, maximum blood limit increased by 500. Character Darrow talent, gain 1 additional vector arrow energy slot and release your vector power every 5 attacks. Dexterous technique, increase bullet magic bow attack speed by 30%. Vector talent, this is really hard to come by. In the burst flow style of play, a powerful faction can dominate with just a few core talents, easily slaying bosses. Because these talents are so difficult to obtain, players often joke that it's an Emperor's Lock type of play style. Yo-Yo pondered and chose enlargement. Besides the blood-sucking talent, having high maximum health is crucial. It means more stability and room for error. Next up, this treasure chest. After collecting all the experience orbs and rose seeds, the most exciting moment arrived. The box was smaller and more exquisite than those scattered across the map, either a relic or demon's treasure. Yo-Yo's eyes lit up as she realized it could be either. No matter which one opened, it wouldn't be a loss. Darkness descends, the breath of demons echoes from the darkness. Their crimson pupils watch everything. To gain favor with the demons, choose an offering. It's a demon chest, a treasure box where you sacrifice items to gain power. The more the demon likes your offering, the stronger the reward. Seems like I only have this one of higher quality, Yo-Yo thought as she pulled out some soup from F.O.'s place. Although it was full of negative effects, demons shouldn't mind those. 2 crimson eyes were watching everything intently. To gain the favor of a demon, please choose an item to sacrifice. It's the demon box. The box would grant power in exchange for sacrifices. The more the demon liked it, the stronger the power granted. I seem to only have this one at slightly better. Zhao Zhao took out the soup she had made earlier from F.L.'s place. Though it was filled with negative effects, demons shouldn't mind those. Probably. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Zhao tossed the soup into the open mouth of the box. A few gulps later, black light radiated from the box, and it instantly transformed into a bat. Obtain Demon Messenger. Demon Messenger ape at mind-shaped creature that is a minion of an abyssal demon. It was actually a messenger, the highest level item in the demon box. Zhao Zhao was stunned. She never expected her haphazard cooking to be so appealing to an abyssal demon. Also, it's a healing messenger. It perfectly complements my blessing. The attributes of messengers came in 4 types: attack, defense, heal, and mana restoration, each one very useful. Getting such high Kaimin's level rewards this early was incredibly satisfying. Her luck must be pretty good after all. A small black bat with the shape of a round ball flapped its wings beside Zhao Zhao, giving her an immense sense of security. She even started attacking monsters right where she stood, completely liberating her feet and making everything easy. Further ahead was a sea of flowers. A view through the screen couldn't compare to seeing it in person. Zhao Zhao's gaze was entirely captivated. Just as she admired the scenery, something heavy landed on her head and arms wrapped around her neck from behind. Seems like you're enjoying yourself. The young god leaned his chin against Zhao Zhao's head with a gloomy expression, idly playing with her hair that fell beside her face. I should warn you, the guy who gave this to you has quite an unpleasant personality. Zhao Zhao blinked, somewhat confused. That guy? He's the demon who sent you this little thing. Zai seemed rather displeased about the bat hovering around Zhao Zhao. Looks like you're in a good mood. The young deity, with an air of gloominess about him, rested his chin on top of Qiao's head. His fingers idly toyed with the strands of hair that fell by her face. Just so we're clear, that guy has quite a nasty temper. Qiao blinked, slightly puzzled. That guy? He's the demon who gave you this little thing, he said, gesturing to the bat hovering around Qiao's shoulder. He clung protectively to her as if she were his kitten, glaring at it with great displeasure. My demon. Nay, deep abyssal demon. Sylren. That was a bit unexpected. He's arrogant and unreasonable, loves bloodshed and violence, and reeks of darkness. The young deity didn't have the best impression of the abyssal demon, especially since he had chosen one of his followers. Just stay away from him when you see him. In the flower fields for a while now, Qiao collected many things she'd never seen before. With her sharp eyesight, she even managed to find and open several hidden treasure chests, reaping rich rewards. Should be nothing left unexplored. She had been thorough. Every nook and cranny of the area was thoroughly examined. After a final check, Hiao caddied up her pack and started walking towards the center of the flower field where Syl stood. Her deity seemed lost in thought as he gazed at the moon above him. The full moon peeked out from behind clouds, casting its gentle glow over the sea of flowers, and illuminating his delicate face with an air of tranquility. Something felt off about him. It made Qiao recall the last time she saw that forlorn look on his face. Like a dandelion seed floating in the sky any moment, now it would disappear from sight. While Aria's disappearance blessing of discord and awesomeness. The moon peeked out from behind the clouds, casting a soft glow over the flower field and illuminating the delicate face of the young divine being with an unusual tranquility. There was something off about it. Yo-Yo couldn't help but recall the last time she saw him, his forlorn expression like a dandelion seed floating into the sky, as if his silhouette would vanish at any moment. Xiao had disappeared. The blessing of contention and the powerful basalt on the breast contract were reclaimed, and the blood contract were reclaimed, and the blood we focused solely on maximizing their health points was left to go down in defeat. Yo-Yo suddenly realized the severity of the situation. This couldn't happen again. Xiao. She stepped onto the flower field, then knelt before him with a thud, her presence forcefully intruding into his dimmed gaze. This is for you. Originally intending to give him her favorite dream flower wine, she felt it was odd and out of place in this moment. Instead, she offered him a golden flower that matched the color of his eyes, tucking it gently behind his emerald locks. The young divine being blinked in surprise. What's this? Yo-Yo replied with a smile. Of course, it's for you. He pondered for a moment before asking again. A gift? For a god? It's for the garden, also for Xiao. As she spoke, the flower on his hair still emitted a faint fragrance, its petals swaying gently in the night breeze. Though the wind was cold and biting, he momentarily forgot about it as he gazed at her earnest face. Like shattered stars falling into the depths of his heart, they glowed warmly despite the chill. You're really something, Xiao suddenly laughed, returning to his usual carefree demeanor. He pinched Yo-Yo's cheek gently with an unprecedented softness in his voice. Whether as a god or as Xiao, this is my first gift. As a deity, even one of lesser rank, he stood above all races. People knelt before him, their face devout but distant. Being treated like this was new to him, or perhaps it was what he truly desired. Usually carefree and unaffected by the world around him, her tone unusually gentle. Whether as a deity or Xiao, this is the first time I've received a gift. As a god, even one sitting on a high throne above all races. People bowed before him with devout face, but there was an unspoken distance between them. To be treated like this was unprecedented. Or perhaps it was exactly what he wanted. The carefree and seemingly inhuman customs, after receiving a gift, one is supposed to return the favor. Xiao lowered his gaze, then smiled softly as he took Yo-Yo's hand in his. His teeth touched her fingertip like frosty snowflakes and moved up to the that had formed on her finger. Received blessing of the god of discord. Blessing 10 HP per enemy killed 50 HP for boss kills. Yo-Yo, holy shit, invincible now. Really invincible. The flow was going great in both adventure and challenge floors. But then again, if she received a reward, did this mean Xiao's affection event? Was the blessing supposed to come after the wedding phase? Yo-Yo fell into confusion. But before she could think much longer, the ground suddenly shook violently. She just looked up when it seemed like the moon was getting closer and would crash down any second now. Almost forgot to tell you, I don't get along well with the moon. Amidst the chaos, Xiao's voice sounded clear in her ears, calm as ever, even a little playful. I wondered if it might attack us anyway. You'll leave this one up to my reliable maiden. Yo-Yo, true to him, she didn't know where to start with her complaints and felt that it was very fitting for his usual style. She supposed she should focus on the battle since he had given her a new blessing. Not bad for World Boss Sick Health Bar. Unlike the fixed bosses in challenge floors, world bosses were something else entirely. I'll leave it to you, my reliable Miss Follower. Zhao. Not a surprise. She really didn't know where to start complaining. It was so typical of him. Well, she supposed she should take this seriously since he had given her a new blessing. Not bad for a world boss, it's got quite the health bar. Unlike fixed bosses in each floor, world bosses could appear anywhere, and establishing connections with them would unlock various items through sacrifices. The moon was one of the weaker world bosses, easily dispatched by novice players who were nimble enough to dodge its attacks without taking any damage. The first phase is just summoning minions, perfect for grinding some health. As the moon descended, casting a blinding silver glow, giant beaten moths swarmed toward JoJo. Even the roses around her twisted and lashed out with their thorny vines. With the healing demon messenger by her side, she no longer needed to dodge attacks. She simply swung her sword wildly while striking heroic poses. She cleared waves of minions as they kept spawning and took advantage of brief moments when the moon landed on the ground to deal damage. Under the blessing's power, it didn't take long before she had shattered the moon in its first phase. Unable to bear this humiliation, the enraged moon turned red and slammed back down onto the earth with a vengeance. The blood moon was more aggressive, attacking from all angles, making it hard to hit. Without ranged weapons, it would have been tough to deal damage effectively. But that didn't matter because in its second phase, the blood moon had high attack but low defense, thin and fragile. As long as she seized the moment under her blessing's power, one strike was enough. Just like nail, a sharp blade pierced through the blood moon, draining its health bar to 0. The blood moon shattered into pieces, losing its luster and becoming darkened. Successfully defeated world boss moon. Our connection has been established with the moon. Author's note: Thank you for reading from 2022 9:20 p.m. 9 to 2022 9:20 to 7:31 p.m. 2. The bloodthirsty blade pierced through the moon, instantly draining its health to 0. The once radiant full moon shattered into pieces and began to dim. Success in killing world boss moon. Established connection with the moon. Author's note: Thank you for your votes or nourishment during September 21st - September 22nd. Thanks to Leaf who provided 1 bottle of nutrition liquid. Your support means a lot, and I will continue to strive hard. Chapter 24 Second Layer Weapons Bloodthirsty Blade. Is feeding its Starfire grass all that's needed? Flipping through the Adventurer's Handbook, thanks to establishing contact with the moon, previously locked pages now displayed their original text. A pale and luminous moon shone faintly within the book, rolling around on the page as if aware of Yo-Yo watching. Feeding it 20 Starfire grass will activate its following system. World moon possesses purest power, capable of purifying all things in this world. Under its gentle glow, everyone is protected from harm. The world moon is immune to all negative effects. Dark blood moon, second form of the world moon, a moon born out of excessive use and sorrow, casting blood might that makes one's blood boil with rage. It spreads despair while granting protective combat abilities, 150% increase in attack under its influence, 100% decrease in defense. The two forms of the moon change based on player choice. The world moon is the basic form, and the dark blood moon requires feeding it pollutants to maintain its tainted state. The former offers immunity from negative effects, while the latter enhances offensive capabilities. Sure enough, a regular moon would be better. This way I can rinse my homemade concoctions without any side mass effects. Yo-Yo thought for a moment, and with this, approaching cursed places like at Ives won't worry me anymore. It all made sense to her. With that in mind, she opened her backpack and began searching through the Starfire grass collected on her journey. As an adventurer who was quiet, "It's just a regular moon," Yo-Yo mused. This way, I won't have any negative effects when drinking my own haphazardly prepared dishes. She thought about it some more and realized that with this moon, she wouldn't need to worry about approaching cursed places or people like AD anymore. The more she pondered, the better it seemed. With a satisfied smile, Yo-Yo opened her backpack and began searching for Starfire grass collected on her journey. As an accomplished locust player, she loved gathering every glimmering point in sight. Now, with all the materials she needed, she pulled out 100 Starfire grasses from her bag and tossed them into the moon depicted in the book until it was fully powered up. The tiny moon peeked cautiously out of the pages before nuzzling Yo-Yo's cheek affectionately. It then circled around her along with a demonic bat, casting holy moonlight that dispelled all negative effects on her body, making her feel lighter and more agile than ever. I even think my current gear is enough to take me into Green Maze, she mused aloud. With blood-sucking weapons, healing bats, this purifying moon, and the blessings from the god of conflict, I don't need any further upgrades. I can just kick and punch my way through. Who cares if it's a demon lord's organization? She could take them on solo. Still, some preparation is in order, she thought. I want to make food that fills both hunger and thirst. She didn't fancy getting caught off guard by those needs. First things first, back to FAL for his pot. Yo-Yo retraced her steps through the rose forest and past the giant mushroom tree until she reached the camp where the boy was waiting. Where have you been these days? Yale asked as he turned from mixing herbs. And look at yourself covered in dirt. Did they grab you for experiments? I just went exploring, Yo-Yo said, running a hand through her hair with a smile. What are you talking about? He returned to the camp where the young boy was. Where have you been these past few days? Far was busy preparing new herbs when he heard footsteps behind him and turned around. And look at yourself covered in dirt. Did that so-called demon organization grab you for some experiments? I just went out exploring, Yo-Yo said with a smile as she ran her fingers through her hair. Thanks for your concern. Like I care. He blushed like he had been caught red-handed, not very good at lying. As usual, textbook arrogance. But it felt like they were getting closer. Indeed, when someone likes you more than others, everything feels different. Far suddenly looked up as if remembering something. Hey, do you have a minute? Yo-Yo replied. Sure. Sit over here then, Far said, pointing to a wooden stool where he often mixed potions. Yo-Yo asked, looking at him with an expression that suggested the sun had risen in the west. The boy knelt before her and presented his newly concocted healing potion. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Just so you know, I want to test my new creation's effectiveness on your wounds. Though she was full of health points now, freebies were always welcome. This external application for restoring blood was something Yo-Yo had never seen before. Far's cold fingers touched her skin as he applied the wet potion. He usually kept to himself and rarely interacted with others, let alone girls his age, but when he realized how close they were getting, he stiffened slightly. Wow, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Far is such a great alchemist, Yo-Yo said. It wasn't exactly painful since her wounds would heal automatically while she was at full health. But Far RS potion seemed to accelerate the healing process, exactly what Yo-Yo needed. Of course, he replied with pride. I'm the most renowned alchemist in this country. The girl was so close now that. Indeed, she's a very skilled alchemist, he thought. Actually, it didn't hurt that much. According to the game's mechanics, players' wounds would automatically close when they were at full health. And over time, the scars would fade away until there was no trace left. False potions seemed to speed up this process. Isn't that obvious? I'm one of the most renowned alchemists in this country. The girl was so close. When she met his gaze with those sparkling eyes, FAL felt increasingly uncomfortable and averted his eyes. I have some left here, take them as a gift. They'd just go to waste otherwise. 10. 5 bottles, and the recipe too? Now she could wear her pretty dresses more often. Hooray for affection events. Yo-Yo smiled. Thank you, you'll treasure them. After so much time together, FAL seemed to have grown accustomed to her quirky ways. Author's note. Thanks to the readers who voted or sent nutrients from 20 to 9:20 to 7:31 p.m. to 20:20 to 9:23 8:47 p. Thank you for your support, everyone. Chapter 25. The second layer, Bloodthirsty Blade. So we need to get into the city first, Yo-Yo mused as she left Fal's camp and followed the map. The distance was considerable. It took her several days of walking before reaching her destination. Parting the massive leaves in front of her, Yo-Yo moved cautiously forward. The Green Enchanted Kingdom was surrounded by soldiers. Or rather, members of the Eye of Magic organization, as she had learned it from FAL earlier. It seemed that this country was completely under their control. Entering through normal means would be extremely difficult. And so, the distance to the Enchanted Forest was quite far. And it took her nearly a week of travel before she finally arrived at her destination. Pushing aside the enormous leaves in front of her, Yo-Yo moved cautiously forward. Around the forest were soldiers, or more accurately, members of the eyeless organization, as Yo-Yo had heard from FAL earlier. This country seemed to be completely under their control, making it very difficult for someone like her to enter through conventional means. After some thought, she decided to sneak into the city. Crouching on the ground and slowing her breathing, she rolled several times until she reached the edge of the wall. She then silently stabbed an eyeless member who hadn't noticed anything amiss yet, stealing his bag without a sound. Only fireflies. Though it was true that these were small gains, better to take them than leave them behind. With this thought in mind, Yo-Yo mercilessly backstabbed several more people. Her movements were fluid and unbelievable. Each eyeless member on the border had such thin health bars that a single stab left them near death. She stood up and fought. Realizing this, Yo-Yo became bold, beating each of them while taking their wallets. A perfect scene of bandits robbing thieves. Yo-Yo looked at all the bags scattered around her. There was hardly anything among 10 people, which made her ponder deeply. With a serious gaze, she stared down an eyeless member kneeling before her. Is that it? We wouldn't dare. One of them trembled with fear at Yo-Yo's intense stare and rummaged through his pockets to prove his innocence. Yo-Yo gave a look of disdain. Then, without hesitation, placed the fireflies in her backpack. Oh well, don't let me see you again. Complete side quest minus dried royalist members from Border Town. Pensi 20 OMPCS favorability 20. Floor reputation 100. It seems she had completed a task without realizing it. She scratched her head in confusion. Yo-Yo gave them a look that said, "Get lost, you poor beggars," and without hesitation tossed the fireflies into her backpack. Alright then, don't let me see your faces again. Side quest completed. Drought out members of the Eye of Magic from Border Town. Friendship with all NPCs in this floor 20. Raise reputation by 100 points. It seemed she had completed a task without knowing why. She scratched her head, puzzled, but as long as everything turned out well, there shouldn't be any big issues. Remarkable skills you have. It's surprising to see such skilled individuals in this remote place. Gentle voice interrupted Yo-Yo's thoughts. She followed the sound and saw a golden man standing behind her. The young man was smiling lightly with no apparent hostility. What an exquisite NPC. That was Yo-Yo's first thought upon seeing him. And he even had a friendship meter glowing next to his name. So could she possibly be able to romance him? The youth curved his eyes into crescent moons. My name is Alar. If you don't mind, would you like to make friends? Yo-Yo nodded and replied, Emil, an adventurer. There was no mention of this NPC in her adventurer's handbook as a friendable NPC. That seemed doubt. Was he some kind of gay Mr. Egg or something else? From his attire and demeanor, it was clear the young man wasn't ordinary. Perhaps she could chat with him to see if there were any hidden side quests. Yo-Yo felt enlightened and decided to get straight to the point. Do you know where I can find the hindsight of magic in this country? I want to meet them. Saying Shaomai as renting Eye of Magic, huh? Ilar seemed surprised by Yo-Yo's question. He paused for a moment before masking his emotions with a smile. I've heard they're quite dangerous. What do you hope to achieve by meeting them? Of course it was about advancing the plot and getting rewards. To uphold justice, she replied without batting an eyelid, even sounding slightly righteous. Such a straightforward answer. Jalar chuckled as he rubbed his eyes with gloved fingers. His tone then became serious. Who would have thought you'd go see such a dangerous character? Of course it's all about advancing the plot and getting rewards. Then you'll move on to the next floor. Obviously, it's about upholding justice. Yo-Yo lied without batting an eyelid, even sounding slightly righteous. How Miao Shao, what a straightforward answer. Al Arrow chuckled, rubbing his eyes with gloved fingers before his tone turned serious. But does having evil eyes really mean they're evil? Evil or not doesn't matter to me. I just care about the rewards. Do you have a different understanding? She asked him. More or less, Al Arrow replied with narrowed eyes. I've been outside before and know some things. So that must be part of the true fruit, and Al Arrow is an important NPC for players who follow this path. How should I put it? After crossing over, the game seems to have added many details making the world more complete. So what do you know? Yo-Yo asked him. Our arrow smiled lightly and raised a finger to his lips. Though it loved to chat some more, time doesn't allow. As if on cue, light glowed from the ring between his fingers as text was transmitted through it. You'll talk properly next time we meet. Every crucial moment is interrupted by something or other. Most of the plot develops this way, but sometimes it can drive you crazy. Are you sure we will see each other again? With so many floors and worlds to explore, meeting up isn't exactly a given, though if it's forced by the story. That goes without saying. I'm certain, he replied softly, his back turned towards her. Our arrow walked on with an air of mystery. Soon enough you'll be waiting for you patiently. You found the miner. She had just planned to wander around town and take whatever freebies she could before heading off to the capital. But then, if it was a plot-mandated meeting, she would just pretend like nothing happened. Of course, he said confidently. I'm sure of it. His voice still carried the soft trace of a smile as he continued walking away from her with his back turned. In no time you'll be waiting for your arrival, adventurer. Yo-Yo found the miner. She had originally planned to wander around town and mooch off everything she could before heading to the capital city. But after only a short while of strolling through the square, she stumbled upon an unexpected delight. Glancing at the NPC with his pickaxe, it was as if she'd spotted a long-past relative. Tears welled up in her eyes for a moment. Didn't she know how painful it was to buy mining tools from the blacksmith shop? May the gold god bless you, my friend, said the miner. Need a new pickaxe? He offered. Stone pick, a sturdy tool made of stone that can break through hard rock. 20 fireflies. Copper pick, a durable copper spade pick with higher efficiency than its stone counterpart. 40 fireflies. Stone axe, an efficient tool for chopping wood. 20 fireflies. Copper axe, a stronger axe compared to the stone version, offering better performance in harvesting timber. 40 fireflies. Mining hat, a hat that illuminates dark mine shafts and lights up your path ahead. 30 fireflies. Bowman, explosive tool for breaking rocks apart. 3 fireflies. Refresh, 5 fireflies. With a plentiful supply of fireflies, Yo-Yo didn't hesitate to splurge on the copper tools. She also picked up the mining hat. The miner only sold items made from copper. If she wanted better equipment, she'd have to venture into the mines herself and gather materials. Not far away there's an open mine pit, he said. Why don't you give it a try? With her main quest now in mind, Yo-Yo couldn't wait to start her mining adventure. Overflowing, this time Joe wasn't stingy at all. He bought up the entire batch of copper tools and even picked up a miner's hat. The miners would only sell copper made items. If you wanted to upgrade your gear further, you'd have to mine for materials yourself. Fortunately, there's an open pit nearby where I can test things out. Joe couldn't wait any longer. He was eager to start his mining adventure. I need iron ore for the next stage of mine and also for upgrading my pickaxe and axe. Actually, it was just that once he got blueprints from a builder, there would be an even greater demand for materials when constructing bases. Let's dig up some basic stuff first. The distribution of minerals was based on the floor-level copper or at the top, followed by iron, silver, gold, and iridium. Every 10 levels or so, you define a new type of mineral, and sometimes there would be bonus floors with rewards. Since Joe didn't have a metal detector, he couldn't accurately gauge how deep the natural pit was. Because iron ore is found relatively early in the layers, most natural pits should contain it. He decided to start digging. Joe stepped into the mine and followed the stairs left by previous miners. The natural mines can't preserve staircases like artificial ones. Do you have to dig through them all at once? Luckily, the cave isn't affected by floor levels, so I don't need to carry as much food. He put on his miner's hat and grabbed a copper pickaxe. The first few layers were manageable since there weren't many rocks. Joe quickly found keys leading down. As he went deeper, the mining area expanded, making it harder to find keys quickly. The worst part was that monsters started appearing to hinder progress. Joe inserted the key into the door and hopped onto a descending cart. Is this? Author's note. I personally hate mining in farm management games, especially in Stardew Valley where those desert mines are so tough. Been putting up a preview for my first attempt at Japanese light novel style. Recently, I've been interested in aliases and crematoriums, which sparked this idea. If you're curious, feel free to check it out. The minecart continued its journey forward. The mutated floor. Author's note. I hate mining in farm management games. Especially when playing Stardew Valley, those monsters in the desert mines are just too strong. By the way, here's a preview for my new story. This is my first attempt at a Japanese light novel style, and recently, I've become interested in maidens and funeral grounds, so this idea popped up. Titled The Maiden Wearing Twin Sisters' Masks Only Wants to Walk the Path of By. One sentence summary: the sister responsible for being the white moonlight, while Hurt Wing remains in the funeral grounds. Synopsis. Poetry of 10,000 Nations. A Whisper from the Divine Maidens is a Japanese minus during the Warring States period. It features 5 genders: divine women with lunar powers, Yamabushio, a bush and mountain ascetic men, and women with wings like temple birds, fierce warriors known as Togarashi, skilled in combat and scholarly windflower men. The main character is a twin sister named Yuki, the rarest of all, possessing powerful divine abilities and purification powers. She's revered as an invaluable deity by her village. Her younger sister Haru, born without gender, shares similar purifying powers, but often feels neglected due to societal biases. A player in this game was suddenly chosen by something claiming to be the system after completing all endings. She found herself transported into Yuki and Haru's bodies. The system bluntly told her, collect enough love energy and you can return. Initially, early branch followed the system's instructions, slowly advancing while pretending to be a twin sister. But later on, she realized that gathering intense feelings of regret and guilt might yield more powerful energy than pure affection. Thus, in subsequent attempts, early branch decided to change her strategy. Yuki first seeks redemption by becoming an unattainable white moonlight in everyone's hearts. Haru quietly sacrifices herself, showing kindness to all, hoping for a bit of love and attention. The useless, genderless maiden chooses to sacrifice herself for the lunar deity, a seemingly ideal ending. But who knew that one night, the strongest toe and eye protecting Yuki would suddenly have red eyes? Well, polluted fallen gods appeared, along with 2 Garashi boys once married to Haru. And then, a god. Spring Night silently gave of herself and treated everyone with kindness, hoping for a bit of love and attention in return. The useless, sexless girl sacrificed herself to choose the rose goddess. This was originally the most ideal outcome possible. But who would have known that one night, the strongest demon guardian protecting the goddess suddenly had reddened eyes, and a polluted fallen god appeared as well. Even Tsubati, who had once divorced Spring Night, went mad with desire to break the seal. The goddess exhausted all her strength purifying the final pollution and fell into eternal slumber forever. Watching various men be tormented by her sister's antics, the culprit early branch remained calm, munching on watermelon as she awaited the next loop. First, 5 genders rose: females rarest with purification power, gardenia females, gardenia males with celestial dog wings that can transform into animals, Tsubati males powerful fighters, with larger wings than gardenias and capable of flight in the sky. Hyacinth males intelligent beings who detest violence. Second, all genders are attracted to roses, the stronger their divinity, the greater their allure. Tsubati S and Hyacinths despise each other, only roses can have offspring with hyacinths. No main couple but a universal heartbeaker charms both men and women. Both her sister and she herself were interchangeable persons as protagonists. In the mine shaft, mutated floors were created by pollution, devoid of any minerals yet filled with endlessly spawning monsters that players had to slay for keys to descend further. For JoJo, this was no challenge, even enhanced mutants could be dispatched in a single blow. It felt like beginner-level stuff. So its most important now is fishing. Fish caught from polluted waters were different from those of ordinary ones, and it just so happened that endless waves of monsters kept refreshing, and players needed to slay these creatures to obtain keys for the next floor. For Kiao, this wasn't difficult at all. Even enhanced mutated beasts could be dispatched with a single slash in her current state. So it's the most important thing now. Fishing Kwan. Fish caught from polluted waters were different from those in normal ones, providing an excellent opportunity to update her encyclopedia. If she managed to catch a fish king, it would be a huge win. This ground seems called Eva Table, as Chiao Crouch and Soul Green squares indicating that the land could be cultivated. She couldn't help but ponder I've never tried planting here before. Will plants also get contaminated? Since she had plenty of seeds on her, she decided to give it a try. Who knows what interesting discoveries might come from it. Taking out her hoe from her backpack, Xiao began cultivating the land for the first time in ages and scattered some not mowable cabbage and corn seeds onto the newly tilled soil. Once done with that, she dusted off any dirt on her clothes and found a suitable spot to start fishing. The water was murky green, slimy, and reeked of rotting flesh. Though there were polluted fish in this river, their catch rate was pitifully low. Xiao used the best bait but ended up catching all sorts of weird things: scraps of paper, plastic bags, a bit on apple, even a human skull. The variety was endless and bizarre. You never knew what would come next. Guess you'll switch to regular bait. Fishing here is purely luck things based. Casting her line again, Xiao began the long wait, during which she dispatched some monsters that dared approach her with a flurry of experience orbs dropping at her feet. She enjoyed killing polluted creatures for double experience points. Evil Doll summons an angry curse doll nearby, inflicting curses on enemies every 3 seconds. Sacred Cross reduces probability of getting cursed by 30% when opening chests or encountering random events. Malignant Cross reduces probability of being cursed by 30% when some of the monsters near her drop experience orbs with a clatter. Killing polluted monsters yields double the experience, and this was something Yo-Yo enjoyed quite a bit. Malicious Doll summons a vengeful cursed doll that curses nearby enemies every 3 seconds. Sacred Cross reduces the probability of receiving curses from treasure chests or random events by 30%. Malignant Cross increases the probability of receiving curses from treasure chests or random events by 30%. She leveled up again, but all her new talents were related to curses, something Yo-Yo hadn't expected at all. None of them seem useful. With 2 little followers already around me, another one would be a bit cumbersome. And as for the last talent, the Malignant Cross is just asking for trouble if you're not into the curse-placed aisle. Without hesitation, Yo-Yo chose to reduce her chance of receiving curses. Everyone knows that no probability is ever 100%, especially for someone with such black luck like herself. But having a lower chance is better than nothing. The water rippled as the fishing rod began to twitch. With one firm tug and rapid clicks on the bubbles, Yo-Yo pulled up a slimy box from the murky surface. Is it a demon treasure chest? What's it doing here? Wiping off the liquid, she blinked in surprise. Before she could fully react, the box sprouted limbs and jumped out of her hands onto the ground. Yo. Has this treasure chest come to life? The moving box hopped around cautiously, then bounced over to Yo-Yo's feet, where it reached up and tugged at her skirt as if trying to get her attention. She squatted down, puzzled by the little critter. Is there something you need help with? It opened its lid and pointed inside, indicating that she should put something in. Yo-Yo understood what it wanted after a moment of observation. You want me to sacrifice something? This must be some kind of random event where players receive rewards or penalties based on their choices. The box before her is a demon treasure chest, meaning this involves an abyssal demon's random encounter. The treasure chest merely opened its lid, pointing inside as if inviting something to be placed within. Through observation, Yo-Yo seemed to understand what was happening. Are you asking me to make a sacrifice? This must have been some random event triggered by the player's actions, offering rewards or penalties based on their choices. Before her stood an infernal treasure chest, indicating this had something to do with abyssal demons. It was similar to making a sacrificial offering, just toss in whatever they fancy. Fortunately, I still have plenty of soup left. To avoid dropping his hunger levels too low, Yo-Yo had cooked up a soup before leaving, risking a beating from Far's wrath. With that thought, she hesitated not at all and pulled out the soup, tossing it into the open maw of the infernal chest. Gulping sound sickled as the demon chest devoured everything, appearing incredibly satisfied with its meal. It belched loudly before tiny red flowers floated around it, indicating its contentment. But then a sudden gust of wind swept through, flipping the treasure chest far away and rolling it several times until it landed upside down. Don't get too close to her, IX. The voice of the young deity suddenly rang out in the air. As Yuri wrapped an arm around Yo-Yo's waist from behind, warningly glancing at the defensive look on his face. Though she didn't know what was going on, this subtle tension between them puzzled her. Had the god of strife and abyssal demons always been in such conflict? The demon chest rubbed its behind, dusted off, then got up from the ground. Seeing the deity who had touched Yo-Yo angrily, it tilted its head curiously. Then, as if remembering something, it opened its lid again, rummaging around with its small hands and pulling out a beautiful red rose. Watching the box approach her in little steps, Yo-Yo mimicked its gesture by tilting her head. Is this for me? The demon chest nodded, then pointed at her, seemingly trying to convey some message. The deity's box tilted its head in confusion. Then it opened its lid again, as if remembering something. A small hand poked inside and pulled out a beautiful rose. The little chest scampered towards her, and Yo-Yo mimicked its gesture, tilting her own head. Is this for me? The demon chest nodded, then gestured with its fingers, trying to convey something. Though she couldn't understand what it was saying, why refuse such an offering? Don't touch its flower. Otherwise, before Sylvia could finish her warning, Yo-Yo's finger touched the petal. The demon chest flipped open again, and a swarm of black bats flew out, blurring her vision. Something seemed to grab her hand and pull her down hard. In that last second before she looked back, she saw the young deity's panicked face. Yo-Yo. When Yo-Yo fell from above, she thought there would be a big splash, but instead found herself lying on a soft bed. Not only that, someone was now atop her. So this is it. You are Sylvia's follower. May silver-haired boy with braids sat astride her waist, his eyes full of mischief and appraisal. Yo-Yo tried to move but realized her hands were chained to the headboard. The weight on top made escape impossible. Her blessing was gone. The divine mark had vanished from her finger. She could no longer contact Sylvia. She really had been kidnapped somewhere important. If I leave my mark on you. The cold tip of a finger brushed against Yo-Yo's cheek as the demon whispered in her ear. He grinned wickedly with malice in his eyes. What kind of amusing expression would that timid little deity make? Author's note. Rivalry and Abyss were once mortal enemies, now fair rivals full of balls. Thank you to all who voted or sent nutrients during 2022 9/24 7:59 p.m. 50 to 2022 9/26 7:36 p.m. 47. Hong Kong's whispered in his ear. He gave a malicious smile and the boy's eyes gleamed with mischief. What an interesting expression that cowardly god will make, he thought to himself. The author has something to say. Conflict and Abyss are mortal enemies. Then they became rivals. Bush-shy. Thank you to all who voted or sent nutrition liquid from September 24th at 7:59 p.m. to September 26th at 7:36 p.m. Thanks for the votes of confidence. Happy Breakthrough had -1 vote. Sponge Bubble of Nutrition Liquid. Great thanks to everyone's support. I will continue my efforts. Chapter 27. Demonic City. The situation was becoming increasingly strange. This isn't some R-rated love game. So can you stop for a moment? His breath fell upon her neck as warm vapor sprayed against Yo-Yo's skin. He bared his fangs, about to mark the snow-white flesh, when suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on his forehead and straightened up. It was Yo-Yo. With both hands tied behind her back and unable to use her blessing power, she had canned him hard with all her might. Are you still not satisfied? The demon seemed taken aback for a moment, then grew annoyed at the rejection. He gripped Yo-Yo's chin tightly, forcing her to look in his direction. Or do you just love that weak god who can't even protect his own followers? That kind of whimsical behavior only brings trouble to those around them and is quite vexing. Hey, why aren't you answering me? Yo-Yo was speechless. She had no way to argue back. The abyssal demon's summary hit home. Sure, Sylvia might be unreliable and often left her with a mess to clean up, but as a god he did provide decent blessings that could form a strong faction at least. The most crucial point though was how his face perfectly suited Yo-Yo's SLPXP. She liked handsome men. The abyssal demon's summary was surprisingly spot-on. Chiao even wanted to give him a big thumbs up. Though Sylvia wasn't exactly reliable and loved dumping her with messes, the blessings she bestowed upon believers were decent enough. At least they formed a fairly strong faction. But of course, the most crucial point was that his face perfectly matched Cao Qiao's LPXP. What's wrong with liking handsome young men? What's wrong? Handsome young men are the best. Want to be mine? If it's me, I'll definitely satisfy you. As if he had just thought of something brilliant, Julius suddenly leaned closer and poked her cheek like a playful kitten. Abandon that deity and choose me. Why can't she have everything? Xiao really wanted to blurt out this sentence, but she feared saying it would result in her dying with all the items in her inventory lost, making her heart stop. Not just that, but losing her save file completely. Let me think about it. Give you some time to consider. The abyssal demon climbed off her and smirked again. If you haven't made up your mind by then, I'll have no choice but to ask you to die. No objections. Of course she had objections, big ones. Why did he say such terrifying things with that beautiful face? Though death would bring resurrection for players without a drop system in their inventory like Qiao. So let's leave it at this. I need to attend to some matters. Enjoy your stay here, Miss Qiao. With these words, the demon transformed into black bats and vanished into the air with flapping wings. As she felt the weight and dark aura dissipate from her body, Qiao slowly, breathing freely again. The Castle of the Abyss. A hidden floor in the game. I didn't expect to get here so easily. She had clearly skipped a level. Normally, it required a complex process to open up access to the demon's castle. Transforming into a flock of black bats, they flapped their wings and vanished into the air. Feeling the weight on her body and the oppressive darkness dissipate, Qiao slowly exhaled, breathing freely once more. Demon City, one of those hidden floors in the game. I didn't expect to get here so easily. Opening a path to Demon City required going through a complex series of steps. She had clearly skipped ahead, but it wasn't too bad. Usually these levels were just boss fights followed by grabbing prizes and leaving without returning. Skipping ahead was fine as long as she got everything she could take. This place looks like a bird cage. Using some clever moves, Qiao freed herself from the chains and straightened her clothes while sitting up on the soft bed. She slowly walked around the area below, which lay an ocean of crimson blood with only a few spots where one could stand. Another park hour level, this time needing to complete it in one breath without dying. In previous runs through Demon City, Qiao had often unconsciously fallen into the sea of blood and been teleported outside to the hospital. Recalling those moments filled her with heartache and tears. The door isn't locked. They clearly don't believe I can cross this ocean. Though she wasn't great at parkour, Qiao's muscle memory from dying so many times on this map was razor-made sharp. She knew exactly where the pitfalls were. The demon had a cruel sense of fun, and she wondered if it had played Iwana before. So first things first, I should go fishing. With that thought in mind, Qiao began her angling session. After all, Demon City probably wouldn't be revisited anytime soon. Might as well update the encyclopedia while there was time. Wonder how my plants are doing back on the mutation floor, she mused to herself. She had been looking forward to seeing them grow but ended up fishing instead. Her plans in shambles. Such bad luck. Authors know. Second chapter of the day. 28. Demon City. She fished for a long while until finally satisfied with her beautifully complete encyclopedia. She wondered how the plants she had grown in the mutated floors were doing. At first, she was quite hopeful about their growth. But then, while fishing, her plans got completely disrupted. What a terrible turn of events. Authors know. Chapter 28. In Demon City, she fished for quite some time until she saw all the beautifully collected entries in her guidebook and smiled contentedly. She stuffed the fish caught with the beginner's rod from blood-red waters into her backpack, then stood up as if facing a formidable enemy at the entrance of the birdcage. The Crimson Sea was calm like Yo-Yo's current expression, but inside she felt quite anxious. In reality, Yo-Yo was an avid gamer who would barely survive running 800 meters. She was completely useless in sports. Since coming here, her attributes gained through grinding and daily map runs had miraculously improved, even surpassing limits. Staying in the safe zone isn't a solution. I should give it a try. The girl stared at the platform before her, took a deep breath, then slowly stepped forward. The first platform was just ahead. With a leap she could reach it. But as soon as she jumped, she had to crouch down immediately or risk being hit by an inexplicably flying fireball and falling into the sea of blood. Just as Yo-Yo thought, A flame ball flew toward her in that instant when she ducked, arcing through the air before crashing into the crimson sea with a splash. Carefully jumping across several platforms, Yo-Yo finally reached the checkpoint. This was a temporary respawn point, usable 3 times. Double jump. You can jump twice continuously while airborne. Blood contract gain 1 resurrection at your current location but reset all remaining respawns. Angel's breath. Obtain angel wings and fly for 10 seconds usable thrice. Activating the respawn point also activated nearby chests. Yo-Yo made her choice after a brief moment of thought. I'll choose double jump, it's a permanent talent. When she played games, she had a bad habit. Blood Oath gain a chance to respawn at the original location, but reset your current resurrection count. When use breath. Obtain angelic wings and fly for 10 seconds usable 3 times. The activation of her revival points set off nearby treasure chests. After brief contemplation, Piao made her choice. She had a bad habit. When playing games, she liked to hoard steals and one plane's time tongues, even if they were powerful. She would often unsave them until the end without using any of them. Using these on minor enemies seemed wasteful, while facing bosses later on was too intense for her to use them effectively. After making her choice, Piao tried out double jump a few times in place. Unlike controlling with a keyboard, stepping through air and leaping again felt incredibly exhilarating, tempting her to try it repeatedly. With double jump, she could dodge sudden fireballs effortlessly by simply jumping higher. Without Piao jumped onto the skull soldier's head, bouncing up and down like a mushroom 3 times before it disintegrated into black dust in midair. In this special hidden floor, weapons did not exist. She had to kill enemies by jumping on their heads. Just as outside floors, killing them would drop experience swords. Crushing many skull soldiers beneath her feet, she hadn't touched the ground for a long time thanks to double jump. It was more exhilarating than using an F2 grappling hook. Spring shoes. A pair of shoes with springs that allow you to jump higher. Flame circlets around yourself in flames. Absorbing fireball damage recharges after 3 minutes. Big yellow dog. An adorable pet and loyal companion who helps steal enemies for you. All were good options. The flame circlet could reduce her mistakes from misjudging attacks. The dog not only served as a mascot but also helped in killing monsters. So chose spring shoes. For pure joy, nothing else mattered. The flame ring. Surround yourself with flames, which can absorb the damage from fireballs. Big yellow dog. A shield pet that is a loyal companion to humans and helps you kill enemies. Both are pretty good options. The flame ring reduces mistakes in operation, while Big Yellow Dog not only serves as a mascot, but also assists by killing monsters, for nothing more than sheer joy. With double jumps and spring shoes, this is truly going to be an exhilarating leap into the sky. This trampoline-like sensation is utterly captivating. Bounding from the ground, soaring high in the air for another jump. Spring shoes amplify your height with each bounce. Flame blessing. Flames burn beneath your feet, causing continuous damage to enemies. Fire Dragon Egg. Summon an egg that hatches into a small fire dragon after 5 minutes, surrounding you. Bullet can ungift fire off a bullet from the center of your body with 10 points of attack. Still some great choices, but I'll stick with my first choice, she thought. No need for bullets or summons. Tiao just wants to enhance her shoes in an unbridled, springy style. Adding flame effects makes it look so cool. Flames visibly burn beneath her feet as sparks trail behind each leap, dazzling and fierce. Ahead were new mob swarms of black bats flying rhythmically through the air. Didao didn't blink. She leapt with her spring shoes, landing on their backs. Flames spread from one bat to another until they all exploded in a shower of experience orbs. This map isn't easy for picking up those orbs. Below is an ocean of blood and above are scattered platforms. While Chiao can easily jump high now, the same cannot be said for collecting experience balls. They either get burned by fireballs or roll down to the bloody sea below, making it tough to absorb them efficiently. Though she feels invincible now, at least with a powerful leap, gather the experience orbs. The above are scattered platforms. Although Kiao now has plenty to jump high with no worries, the experience orbs present a different challenge. They either get incinerated by traps or roll down into the bloody waters below, making it difficult for her to absorb them efficiently. Despite feeling invincible, she can simply leap and use double jumps to avoid any small monsters hitting her height. Meister Hiao continues forward, leaping over dead monsters with wild abandon. She reads the notice board carefully. From this point on, the background will move along with you. That means if your speed isn't fast enough, you'll be pushed off and game over. Feeling rather exciting about it, Hiao chunks ahead. The background follows closely as she leaps to new platforms. Because of how tight the chase is, Qiao even misses a few small monsters behind her. As time goes on, this happens more often. She simply hops over them without wasting time, turning it into an evasion game. She looks up and sees that they are nearing the end of the room. Looks like we're about to face the boss. 29. Demon City. The background is now fixed at 3 platforms. Qiao Qiu, I.O. can no longer turn back. The ground shakes violently, dust seeping from cracks in the stone as pieces fall around her and crash into the water below. The corrosive blood splashes up with each impact. Reacting quickly, she jumps to another platform wearing spring shoes. The massive fish suddenly appears before her eyes, red like boiling blood, its belly torn open revealing organs and bones clearly visible. A bit gruesome to look at. The opening animation ends as the boss reveals his health bar. The blood starts bubbling and boiling violently, while Koyo notices an overheating gauge above her head. Once this overheating meter fills up, you'll lose HP. Seems like it's inevitable. The creature's belly was riddled with a gaping hole, its innards and white spines clearly visible, a sight that was quite jarring. As the opening animation ended, the boss revealed his health bar. Blood bubbled up like boiling water. And suddenly Yo-Yo noticed an additional heat gauge above her head. Once this fills up, I'll lose some HP. Looks like I need to finish this quickly. The Aurora fish fresh in the blood sea, its white tail sweeping back and forth. With each powerful shake, not only did rocks rattle around it, but even the platform itself quivered dangerously close to knocking Yo-Yo off. Red warning circles spread across the ground, nearly covering every platform. The fish reared up, spewing streams of blood that ignited into massive fireballs from above. Normally, one would dodge by jumping between platforms, but with her spring shoes and double jumps, Yo-Yo could evade danger mid-air after each attack wave. This pattern repeated 3 times as she timed her leaps perfectly in her mind. The fish's breathing grew heavier. It shook its head violently before sweeping across 3 platforms like a spent force. In this state of vulnerability, Yo-Yo leapt forward with Fire's enchanted spring shoes and began hopping on the creature's body. The higher she jumped, the greater her impact damage, enhanced by continuous burning effects. After about a minute, it submerged again to repeat its attack sequence. Chuck picked up some scales from the fish's body during the chaos, temporary items that could alleviate her overheating gauge slightly. It seems there won't be a second phase. She wasted no time in finishing off the stunned creature. Diving into the blood-filled waters, she began another round of relentless attacks. Zhao Zhao seized a few scales that had fallen from her opponent. These 1- times were shed by the Aurora fission could slightly alleviate the extreme heat on her body. Looks like there won't be a second phase. After a long tussle with it, the fish was finally dazed atop the platform. Zhao Zhao wasted no time in delivering its final kick, completely draining its remaining health bar as its last mournful cry echoed through the air. Defeated world boss Aurora fish. No connection has been established with the Aurora fish. The adventure book glowed faintly, and a new page on world bosses was revealed. Or a fishy white winged fish dwelling in the blood sea of Castle Demon, possessing an infernal power that makes it a formidable assistant to abyssal demons and guardian against those who dare enter their domain. Different from the moon, the Aurora fish isn't meant to be tamed. It's a world boss with increased attack damage, up to 30% permanently. The sacrificial material needed is a skull of the skeleton knight. Zhao Zhao rummaged through her backpack. I've gathered some on my way here, but it doesn't seem like enough for one full feeding. She'll have to spend time gathering materials before taking on the final boss. As she pondered this, she stepped out of the map. Looks like a prison cell. The blood sea an instant, revealing a dank and humid dungeon with flickering oil lamps casting faint light along the walls. It seemed to have been abandoned for quite some time. Still, there seemed to be plenty of small monsters around here. Familiar skeletal soldiers and bats greeted her as she made her way through, slaying them all with her spring shoes while picking up numerous experience orbs along the way. Nail house shoes equipped with sharp nails inflict bleeding wounds on enemies. Tetanus blade summon a rusty iron blade that infects nearby foes. Luck die, a toy of fortune's hand. Rolling an odd number brings bad luck. Even numbers bring good luck, and the strength of the effect is proportional to the roll. New wave of evil riders appeared. Yo-Yo slashed through them with his spring shoes, picking up plenty of experience orbs along the way. Nail house sharp nails are installed on the soles of your shoes to inflict bleeding when you strike an enemy. Tetanus blade summon a rusty iron blade around you and infect enemies with tetanus. Lucky dice, a toy from the god of luck. Rolling odd numbers brings bad luck, while even numbers bring good fortune. The degree of luck is proportional to the number rolled. Got the dice? Yo-Yo blinked his eyes. It's been a long time since I've seen such an item in my talent pool. Even though choosing nail house would complete the spring shoe style, as a gambler, he felt there was no reason not to go for it despite his notoriously bad luck. The lucky dice landed in his palm. Any number except 5 should be acceptable. The odds of winning weren't that high, probably. Whatever. Let's take my chances. Yo-Yo looked around and found a spot with good feng shui, before shaking the dice in one hand and letting it fall to the ground. As the dice bound on the hard surface, Yo-Yo grew more anxious by the second. It landed on an odd number 1. That wasn't too bad, at least it wasn't the worst mice case in Ariel. Yo-Yo sighed as he bent down to pick up the dice, but suddenly slid and fell face first into the ground. Yo-Yo. He refused to believe his luck was this bad. Must have been my stance. Yo-Yo muttered, rolling the die again with bated breath. Another one appeared on the die, nearly stunning him in place. This time he didn't fall but walked straight into a wall, without looking where he was going. The dice brought both misfortune and fortune. There was no escaping it. Guess I should put this away for now, Yo-Yo thought as he decided to store the dice temporarily before trying again later when his luck improved. He continued exploring forward. In the dungeon, Yo-Yo opened several treasure chests while wandering around. The misfortune and luck that comes with dice rolls is inevitable. There's no escaping it. Better to put them away for now. Yo-Yo thought about her day's bad luck and decided to temporarily store the dice in her backpack, trying them out again later. Onward we go. Chapter 30, The Demon City. In the dungeon, Yo-Yo opened numerous treasure chests. She couldn't resist rolling the dice a few times, but each roll ended with standard outcomes. The only time she got lucky was when it hit its guaranteed minimum. Yo-Yo didn't know what to say anymore. She had been unlucky all day long. Number 4 is pretty good. A decent number, and Yo-Yo felt satisfied enough. I wonder what will happen next. She might encounter rare treasure chests or trigger interesting random events. Anything could be possible. As she continued exploring, she accidentally triggered a hidden mechanism with her foot, opening the door to a secret room. Inside was an ornate chest filled with treasures. Her eyes lit up at the sight. Magic trick bullets fired from your body turn into tracking cards that home in on enemies. Cute bunny impact summon a fluffy rabbit above you. The bunny attacks nearby foes while holding a carrot and blocks incoming damage. When you take fatal hits, reappears 5 minutes after death. Jump attack increases attack power by 15% during falling strikes. Pocket watch of the Wheel of Fate. Gain a pocket watch that pauses time for 5 seconds with a tap, reverses it for 5 seconds with a long press. Deadly poison throws poison bottles downward each jump and inflicts continuous poisoning on enemies. The ornate chest contains 5 unique talents and relics to choose from. First things first, the time bow as based talent is definitely worth choosing, even if it's a no-brainer. In Yo-Yo's mind, causality time any other type of ability, and this pocket watch not only pauses but also reverses time. Flash. The ornate treasure chest was different from the ordinary ones. It contained 5 talents and relics, with a choice of 2. It could be said to be incredibly satisfying. Now we can confidently say that choosing the time talent is essential, even without thinking twice about it. In JoJo's perception, causality time any other category. This pocket watch not only paused but also reversed time, perfectly complementing her luck dice and making it a game card. But by rounding off odd numbers to even ones, she could ensure that the dice would always land on an even number. I'll choose the leap attack as my second talent. Between lethal poison and leap attack, JoJo opted for the latter because it suited her style of play better. The pocket watch fell securely into her hand. She pulled out the dice from her pocket without any hesitation and rolled them on the ground. A large number 5 appeared before her, a sign of great misfortune. Yo-Yo. Why was she so prone to rolling bad luck? Was this a form of reverse fortune? She felt numb, thoroughly numbed by it all. Thankfully, there was the pocket watch, otherwise she would have died on the spot. With an expressionless face, Yo-Yo held down the pocket watch for 5 seconds. Now she had one last chance. She could try again after 10 minutes. Taking a deep breath, she rolled once more. This time it was a 2 reasonably good luck, at least not bad fortune. The points can stack. I have another use of the pocket watch left. Luck plus even equals an increase in luck without any upper limit. She would take her chances. If there were 2 6s added together, she might just get lucky and let fate handle everything for her, though this probability was incredibly small. Can't be. Yo-Yo rolled a 5 again. The odds of rolling double misfortune or double fortune are the same, both are miraculous probabilities. Why? What's going on? She felt doomed by this dice, didn't she? Yo-Yo. Can't be, she muttered. Yo-Yo rolled another 5. The odds of rolling 2 fates as bad as this were the same as rolling 2 fortunes, both incredibly rare chances, so why? Was it possible that the dice had a grudge against her now? Yo-Yo painful mask JPG. She pressed the pocket watch again with a heavy heart. At this point, she couldn't afford to take any risks. With each step, Yo-Yo's shoes clicked loudly in the enclosed space. Thanks to the luck dice, her journey so far had been relatively smooth sailing. She had taken down several skeletons along the way using springbows and was close to maxing out her or a fish's contribution points. The crimson fish leapt from page with joyous flips, its tail flapping up and down as if it were having a grand old time. Now that Yo-Yo had fed it enough affection, the fish no longer posed any threat to her. Looks like there's another slot machine here, she said, spotting an old one in a dilapidated cell covered by creeping vines from the walls. Slot machines in this game worked similarly to gacha systems. Free matching symbols would yield rewards. Coins, potatoes, fireflies, anything that could be used as currency was fair game for these machines. Each pull cost very little but rarely yielded any prizes. With her luck dice and time pocket watch on hand, Yo-Yo felt confident enough to give it a shot when the cooldown period ended. Time's up, she said with determination. She tossed in some coins and pulled the lever without hesitation after rolling a 2. The colorful symbols blurred before settling slowly into place. Congratulations! You've obtained 1 pink bunny dress. White pink princess down, ready to equip. Perfect timing, the cooldown is over. Straight to it. Gold coins clattered into the slot. After rolling a 2 on the dice, she confidently pulled the lever. The dazzling patterns blurred her vision as they whirled past in rapid succession before slowly coming to rest with the first image. Congratulations, you've won 1 pink bunny dress. Pink bunny dress equipable, a princess length pink dress. Every girl's dream. 25% attack, 10% critical hit rate. Wow, a direct hit and it's an outfit. Strong stats. Both attack boost and critical rate increase, perfect values for a princess dressed more pastel. She switched without hesitation. Her system default clothes were no match for this. Pulling the lever again, the slot machine rattled as different patterns flickered rapidly before stopping on 3 ? Say random event indicator. PCS must be responding nearby. As she thought this through, a scream suddenly pierced her ears, drawing her attention instantly. Following the sound, Yo-Yo quickened her pace and soon found herself in an expansive area. Is anyone there? Please save me. Above was a cage hanging high, on the rooftop where the cries were coming from. First clearing all monsters with swift kicks, she collected every experience ore before pondering how to reach it. So this is it, do I need to solve a puzzle? Observing her surroundings and items, Yo-Yo began piecing things together. 4 colored blocks lit up when stacked on jumping could raise the area for 5 jumps at most. The clue should be on the wall. Cracked walls were adorned with various drawings, birds, flowers, a child's artwork, quite cute. Each color corresponds to a number of jumps needed. The puzzle was simple enough. Yo-Yo started by, in the brightly colored zones, one could jump at most 5 times. Clues should be on the walls. The broken walls were covered with all sorts of drawings, birds and flowers. They looked like they had been done by a kindergarten child, but strangely cute. The number of colors is likely how many jumps are needed in each area. This puzzle was incredibly simple. It could easily be solved at first glance. Jiaoyi followed her intuition and successfully cracked the code for the first place. She repeated this process for the remaining areas. After solving them all, she received a key while the iron cage slowly lowered. Thank you for rescuing me, adventurer. This is my gratitude. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 workbench. You have gained 10 blueprints. Holy crap. She thought this would just be some ordinary random event, but who knew she'd save her bill of engineer. Chapter 31 Demon City. Thanks to the slot machine, Jiaowei could finally make things on her own. When she received the workbench, she nearly shed tears of joy. She placed it directly on the ground and learned all the blueprints given by others. She then took out wood and cotton from her bag and mixed them together simply. In no time at all, Jiao Xiao had crafted a bed. Though this was scientifically possible in reality, with the workbench, any bizarre materials could produce something recognizable. Since she now had a bed, she decided to take a nap on it first. Of course, of fatigue, everyone knew that beds in games weren't for resting, but were crucial resurrection items tied to their spawn points. Information loaded. Binder Jiaowei. After saving her information, Jiaowei felt much more at ease since she wouldn't be teleported upon death in Demon City. Next, using a few iron ores, she crafted an oven. Since I've dug up quite a bit of coal while mining, let's start the furnace. She threw the iron ore into the furnace. It was a crucial resurrection item for preserving her birth point. Information loaded. Bound to Qiao. After securing the information, Qiao felt much more at ease knowing that she wouldn't be teleported away after dying in Castle Demon. Next, using some iron ore, she crafted a furnace by hand. Perfect timing, I've got plenty of coal from mining. Let's get started. She threw the iron ore into the furnace and waited for just 1 iron ingot would be enough to make her very own pot. She had wanted it so badly that today she was finally going to have a proper one, which made her heart sing with joy. Maybe there's some sand in Castle Demon. I've got way too many fireflies now. I need to burn down some glass and make bottles. She hadn't seen any sand on her journey yet. Perhaps the slot machines might give it away, but that would be like searching for a needle in an ocean of hay. Still, Qiao decided to take her chances. What if she was lucky? Unfortunately, you did not obtain anything. Unfortunately, you did not obtain anything. Unfortunately, you did not obtain nothing. Qiao. Standard outcome. Or perhaps this is the true probability of slot machines. The previous times were just a fluke. You'll continue exploring. With a sigh, Qiao decided to move on to another room. The dungeon had various rooms, some for battling small monsters, some with special games, and others requiring brain power. The only common factor was that completing each challenge would yield a decent treasure chest. Compared to the previous maps, Castle Demon was incredibly rich. I told you it made you happy. A familiar voice brushed past her ear as Abyssal Devil suddenly dropped from above, landing on Shacha's back. The mischievous boy narrowed his eyes. So hurry up and choose me. The only thing they had in common was that completing their challenges would earn you a decent treasure chest. Compared to previous maps, Demon City was overflowing with riches. I told you it satisfied your desires, said a familiar voice as it brushed past her ear. The mischievous boy narrowed his eyes. So quickly choose me, we might be able to do some fun things together. Pressed beneath the Abyssal Devil, with dark energy wrapping around him, like their first meeting, Yo-Yo was powerless to escape. The youth's voice lingered in her as warm breath caressed her skin, sending a tingling sensation through her body. It seemed that every time your X appeared, the game's visuals would suddenly shift dramatically, like overtaking on a king a mountain, and seeing his faint blush always made Yo imagine scenes from some of her old harem games. She shook her head to try and forget these thoughts, although he was indeed a handsome young man. She considered herself an upright gentleman. It's better for kids not to do such things. Though demons and deities were clearly legal minors, Yo-Yo remained resolute. Are you talking about me? Yuriax laughed as if hearing some amusing joke, nearly shedding tears from the hilarity. I see now. Do you prefer older types? I thought your youth would make you feel closer to me. It seems my guess was wrong. He tilted his head cutely, as though suddenly understanding something. Then Yo-Yo saw him grow larger. Yes, physically larger. Yuri Sen's youthful innocence faded from his face. His fair and clean mouth radiated a mature edge. The most noticeable change was in those mischievous eyes, which became more predatory, with an even greater sense of audacity and invasion. Yo-Yo, holy crap. The boy had turned into a man in the blink of an eye. It would be hard to say she was surprised. It felt kind of spicy, pretty damn enticing. But perhaps because the monster spawn interval was about to reset. Not far away, the youthful innocence on his face had faded, replaced by a mature and angular countenance. The most noticeable change was the mischievous glint in his eyes, now more aggressive than ever, with an air of rebellion that exuded confidence. Damn, Joey muttered. In just 1 second, he transformed from a boy to a man. It would be impossible not to feel surprised by this sudden shift. A little bitter, but quite intriguing. Just as the tension was building up, new skeletons appeared nearby, their clacking footsteps breaking the atmosphere. Yuri X's chuckled lightly. In his adult form, there was an inexplicable allure about him. How do you find me now? Compared to my youthful self, of course I'm better than that god in every way. Joe's relationship with Sylvia must be pretty bad. Did something happen between the two of you? The man thought for a moment, looking innocent yet mischievous, as if his actions were justified. Something happened. So it was simply because he didn't like seeing him around. This reason sounded simple and straightforward, but coming from Yuri X's made it seem convincing. For a moment, Joey imagined Sylvia. These two really did resemble each other in many ways. Were they naturally drawn to conflict? The abyssal demon hadn't stayed long, leaving Joey wondering about its purpose here. Why do I have such high affinity with him? Did something happen? Joey fell into deep thought as he recalled the few times he had given Your XC soup filled with negative effects. Even though his cooking was perfect, it shouldn't have raised their affinity so quickly. As he sorted and stored the iron ingots from the furnace in neatly labeled boxes, regardless of how high our affinity is now, I'll still need to face him eventually. He expected their affinity would drop dramatically once they clashed again. Just like with the sunflower in the town at the base of the tower. Let's just deal with it later. Let's explore the rest of the rooms in one go, he said to himself. The officer said, 3 updates today. The affection level doesn't matter. He's a boss. We'll have to face him eventually anyway. Estimating that the affection would drop dramatically like it did with the sunflower in the bottom town after one fight. Even though she managed to recover it later. Let's not worry about it for now. We should explore all of the remaining rooms at once. Chapter 32 Demon Castle. Through continuous advancement, they were finally facing off against a boss. Before them stood an imposing door adorned with skulls and chains. Below was a sea of blood, while around them torches made from green flames flickered, giving off a slight chill as one approached. Dio didn't hesitate. She grabbed the chains and pushed open the heavy door. As the screeching sound echoed in her ears, she saw Yuri sitting regally on his high throne, legs crossed with an amused smirk playing on his lips. You finally came, Yo-Yo. The devil called out to her name. Don't let the beauty distract you. Even if she's a handsome man with high affection, men only slow her progress up the tower. Yo-Yo lifted her head firmly. I'm here to defeat you. Defeat him and continue climbing the tower. And there was something very important. The fishing festival in the bottom town was about to start, and Yo-Yo wouldn't miss a chance for free items. Looks like we have no choice then, said Yuri X, tilting his head with silver bait hair. His fingers curled slightly as he rested them under his chin. I don't want to harm you, but now there's nothing else to do. Such a pity. Dark power surged from Yuri X, causing the braids in his silver dense white hair to dance wildly. Yo-Yo was sent flying out by the force, but fortunately she reacted quickly enough. The man with disheveled hair tilted his head, his fingers slightly curled as he rested them under his chin. A look of frustration crossed his face. I don't want to damage you, but there's no other way now, isn't it? Such a pity. A powerful black force emanated from Yuri X is causing the silver mite braids to flutter in the wind. Yo-Yo was launched backward by the impact but managed to flip gracefully and land with a perfect backflip. Black gas began to coalesce into a massive hand that slammed down onto the ground, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The blue flames on the skull spiraled up atop the throne flickered wildly as they crashed around aimlessly in the air. First parkour, then puzzles, now it's bullet hell. The variety of challenges here was impressive. Spring shoes don't seem to break these floating stalls. With a leap she had hoped to reduce the chaos and make things clearer, but upon landing, Yo-Yo realized they were just platforms for jumping. She glanced at Yuri X is soaring high above with his wings spread wide, then turned her attention back to the blue-blinged skulls crashing about in the air. I suppose to jump onto these skulls and hit Yuri X is from up here. It was quite